Hello. And welcome to Sneak. We're playing a video game. Citizen Sleeper 2 announced. Amazing. It's not like it's already out. Boop. Oh, wow. We're playing video game. We have all these. Huh? Ah, the music isn't on the right channel. Hold on. There we go. Yippee. All right. So we have character selection. How lovely. Huh. Where's it engaging? Drones with high precision remote machines. Okay. Chance to gain cryo and interface actions. I don't know what that means. Chance to gain random scrap item on engineer actions. Where's it endure? Better at interface. Okay. Sunbathe dice action allows energy recovery at home. Better at endure, where's it intuit? I'm feeling this. It's kind of a hacker vibe, why not? Boop! The first thing you become aware of on waking is the disconnect, the delay between thinking and feeling, between wanting to act and acting. Minor, almost imperceptible, but always present. Where are you, unknown? Oh. Okay. It's at its worst when waking, when yourself has spent many dark hours recalling what it felt like to be real, to be a person, to be in a body that was indisputably yours. A leap into a cold lake on a hot day, the sting of blood welling from a fresh wound, the friction of a fingertip. All of a sudden, the memories are closer than you thought, blurring as you approach, until you can't tell one from the other. The cold slips in behind and around you, and the sensations fade out of reach. Perhaps you should be thankful for the dulled nature of this new body, given your current circumstances. The walls of the container feel immediately present. Cold, hard, at your back and face, cramping your limbs. Your limbs, even. You're cramping my limb. You resist the desire to stretch, knowing that the claustrophobia comes next, and retreat a little from your central nervous system. It isn't painful. Not like you used to know pain, at least. In emergency mode, pain is a message, delivered with efficiency and ease. A reminder that harm is imminent. There's no insistent throb and no trembling nerves. Just a warning delivered with a banal quality of a digital notification. Right now, there are thousands of them. Remember the others. You remember there were 10 of you, 10 that no longer stand in the indented work. The routines, the slow decay. 10 whose belief in the promised future was slowly dismantled day by day, until they realized they had sold away everything that could and would ever matter. Tended would escape, or at least die trying. Some were lost to the shaft, others never found a meeting point. Only a few made it to the containers, but the freighter, as far as you know, left. That feels like enough to know that you might no longer be in that grim, heartless rock. Even if, in the airless hold of a freighter, you might freeze solid long before you reached any destination. But you're restless. It has been a long time since you left. Surely weeks, maybe months. You're dully aware of the damage to your legs, your right arm. You've been reserving energy as much as possible, but your body has still needed to shut down many of its systems to protect you. You've spent much of that time asleep, knowing that anything else would be impossible to endure. You feel the weight of that impossibility begin to gather. It is time to sleep again, to nudge this false body into inducing delta waves in your emulated mind, and once again recoil into the dream of when you were once a person. Time passes. The cold creeps further in. You feel something. Warmth. Not true warmth, but the indication of its presence. Your joints release from their rigor. Sound too, everywhere, screeching and shimmering so loud that your body ducks your hearing to protect its senses. Then light. White as the cold. Softer and softer, until in a haze of a dirty yellow figure appears. You're out. Hello? It has been a few hours since Dragos pulled you from the container. You sit huddled in a corner of his scrapyard, swaddled in the reflective folds of a mylar blanket. You are slowly coming back to consciousness, back to life, and you stare at the ornately curving element of an improvised heater. You are surrounded by angular, incoherent lumps of ships, some corroded beyond recognition, others still carrying glassy wounds along the edges, where the plasma arc sliced them apart. As you trace their shapes with fogged eyes, you hear a voice. So, sleeper. You all thought out yet? Almost. Ever seen one of you coming like this? New frames must have better perseverance on Sub-Zero vac. Seen more than a few of you frozen solid to hull plates, or inside outer locks in my time. I weren't so lucky. Dragos comes into focus. Shrouded in makeshift tech, his headset with its glinting eyes makes the mark of a drone operator. On his shoulder, one of his symbiotically linked drones perches, its irising eye locking you with an unflinching stare. The last living sleeper that came through this yard was a while ago. It didn't last long. You struggle to read his expression beneath the tech, but he seems lost in memory for a moment. Or perhaps he's just figuring out what to do with you. What happened to them? He ignores your question. I won't ask what led you to do it. To sell yourself to a corporation. And I suppose you don't, you know you can't go back. Your old body, it's theirs now. And you're just software. A rogue emulation, illegally possessing a corporate property. You nod along. You remember biometrically signing the forms. The cold floor and the feet as you paddled the sleeper cells. The promise of a life of world. But as you do, you get now familiar sensation that these aren't your memories. These are the things you know, but not things you feel. You are no longer the person. You're an offshoot, a copy. What you won't know is what's ahead. At least the last one didn't. There's no easy way to put it, but that body of yours is falling apart. It's the same for any sleeper who makes it out as an ARP. And makes it out as an ARP wants to protect the property. But if they can't keep hold of you, well, then no one can. Remember that too. At least rumors of it from the other sleepers. Planned obsolescence, a built-in dependence on the regularly administered supplements that were part of your routine. Stop taking them and your body begins to shut down, separate from your emulated mind. How long has it been? How long do you have? But for now, Sleeper, you are one of the lucky ones. Dragus glances up and away, toward the grassy dome of yard. The Eye is the best place you could be right now. The Eye? The station. You'll see soon on Earth. Dragus impatiently shifts his weight. Look, I've got things to be getting on with. He trails off. There's an old freight container. I've been using it as storage out in the stacks. We haven't been pulling much valuable scrap these days. You're welcome to it. Something wells up inside of you. Emotion, fatigue. You shakingly get to your feet. Feet. Why am I so bad at the consonants today? Alright, you head on up there. Look like you need some rest. And with this, Dragus stalks back to the wrecks. His stones already converging on the rusting hulk. Plasma flashes silhouetting his spindly figure as he returns to work. Welcome to Ellen's Eye. Life on the Eye runs in cycles, during which you can talk to characters, explore areas of the station, or perform actions. At the end of each cycle, you need to head to your current home to rest. Resting will move time forward on the station. Head to empty container location to rest and reset end the cycle now. Cryo! Cryptocurrency? Ah, fuck. Yippee! You wake curled up in the corner of the container and begin slowly assembling the world around you. After all this time, you still find this body, the one you wake in now, strange and disjointed. Its message readable but somehow wrong. You sit up, pulling the mylar blanket close against the cold. Here you are, this ruined station, millions of miles from anyone you know. Are you still in the system? Did any of the others make it out? It's impossible to know, After all this, what matters? It all matters. The past is impossible to escape and remains a blur. What SNR did to you cannot be forgotten. You need a way of understanding all this before you can move on. Where are you? What is this place? What happened to the others? The questions outnumber the answers. You want to change that, but you have to learn to survive first. Dragus has left a few comforts in the container. The mylar blanket, the bedroll you slept on, a canister of water, a makeshift electric stove, and some faded sachets of some desiccated powder. You thumb the powder stud of the stove and begin to boil the water. The contents of the sachets smell like damp wood, and you sprinkle them into the liquid. As the pungent smell washes over you, images from your restless sleep come back to you. A ring, like the station, but skeletal and ghostly. A web of threads pulling at your skin, a constellation of bright polygonal shapes, like angular suns burning in your mind. There's something unpleasantly visceral about these images, and it is long after you've finished. You finish drinking before you begin to fade. You tidy away the stove and, as best you can, and try to gather enough energy to greet the day. Wow! Your condition represents the current state of your artificial body. It depletes by one segment each cycle, but it can also be damaged by violence, injury, or lack of food. If your condition empties, you will suffer a breakdown. You'll have to figure out how to recover your condition now that you no longer have access to corporate pharmaceuticals that were keeping you alive. At the start of each cycle, you roll your action dice. These dice can be used to perform actions on the station. The number of dice rolled is based on your current condition. The worse your condition, the fewer dice you have. Once you have used your dice, you cannot take any further actions and must recover them, ending the current cycle. You also need energy to survive. This is represented by your energy bar. You can refill your energy bar by eating, but first you'll have to find somewhere to get food. Your energy depletes by 2 segments each cycle. If it becomes empty, you will be starving. When starving, energy loss becomes condition loss, and your condition will also deplete at a double rate per cycle. Dragus is standing in the corridor when you close up the container. He's still wearing his headset. In the harsh light of the corridor, you realize it's implanted. A drone sits on his shoulder, its cache of sensor eyes rapidly irising. How are you feeling? Not good. The drone chirps, Dragus nods. You can notice that beneath the operator's rig, his skin is marked by burns and blotches. I know the container isn't much, but it'll keep you safe. He pauses. So, I'm not going to chit-chat long. You well enough to work? Hmm? Look, I'll be honest with you, Sleeper. I didn't pull you out of that container out of the goodness of my heart. At the yard, it's simple stuff. We had these holds down, send them off to the shipyards and the bright market dealers for cryo. Occasionally, we pull out some tech, something with a bit more value, but most of what comes in scrap. It's hard to find good hands here, but I figure as a sleeper, he'll be used to the manual labor. And obviously, I'll slip you a few chits of commission based on what you turn up. Chits? These. He pulls out a handful of small metal bars. Old cryo, isolated from the market. I thought we used for trade out here. He stuffs them back in a pocket. He shuffles his feet nervously. Look, I wouldn't usually do this, but in my opinion, you'd best be suited moving on as quick as you can. Sleep is, well... But the things being the way that they are for me in the yard, I need the help. Happy to. Okay. He pauses, thinking of something else to add. Look, just come down to the yard when you're feeling fresher. There's plenty to do. He nods distractedly and turns. And walks away. The drone hopping along ahead of him. See you later. Looks like it's time to get to work. I should have picked a better voice for him. I can't... Oh, I can scroll. Oh. Sure. Actions are the primary way you interact with the world of Citizen Sleeper. To perform an action, click and drag your chosen action dice to the slot. Actions reward you with clock progress, energy, condition, or items, depending on the outcome. There are 3 types of outcome. Positive, the action goes better than expected. Neutral, the action succeeds. Negative, the action fails. Action dice affect these outcomes as follows. So 50-50 between neutral and negative is the worst that I can get. And then most of my dice are more likely to give me neutral than anything else. Like on average I'll be getting neutral outcomes, and I need a 5 to not be able to get a negative outcome. Okay. I can remember that. So you have 50-50 at the bottom, like bell curve in the middle, and then no negatives and perfect at the top. Type, either critical or repeatable. Critical actions can only be performed once. Risk, either safe, risky, or danger. Safe, no loss of condition or cryo. Risky, negative outcome means cryo or energy loss. Negative outcome means condition loss. Neutral outcome means cryo or energy loss. Okay. Skill. The skill that this action requires, either engineer, interface, endure, intuit, or engage. Ay. Modifier, either -0, +1, or +2. Added to the action dice when slotted improves its value. Ooh. Huh. Hull dissection, engineer. Or manual salvage, endure. We're going with hull dissection. And I don't want a negative outcome on risky, so we're using the 5 dice here. Yippee! Actions often progress clocks. Clocks are displayed below the actions that follow them. And they track your actions and how they affect the world. Filling a clock means something good or bad is about to happen. Some clocks, such as the one tracking Dragus as dead, are cycle clocks. These clocks tick themselves one sheet cycle and can complete without player input. Any active cycle clocks will be displayed on the icon of that location. Okay, so it's this thingy. Got it. And then I think I will just use this here, because it's safe. Tutorial drives and navigation. In Citizen Sleeper, you will unlock drives as you discover more about yourself and the world. Drives include pursuing specific objectives depending on which path you wish to take. You can track drives, and any track drive will place a yellow marker on locations that will help you pursue your goal. Access to your drive menu via the arrow button at the top left screen. You're now free to explore Ellen's Eye and make a life for yourself here. Try tracking a drive to help you survive. Look for food to keep your energy up and a way to recover condition. Fill clocks to progress stories and find new opportunities. Remember to end cycle at your home when you're out of dice. Okay. No, negative outcome, Sag. Survive, find a doctor. Alright. Let's try to find a doctor. Oh. There's so much stuff here. Oh, lovely. So that's the shipyard. What's here? Merchants willing to run the gauntlet of the Hellion system are rare, but those that do eventually always return eventually. Okay, so there's nothing here, and it needs a couple of cycles before there's something here. I'm reading that as. Getting to the Rotunda doesn't just mean new places to visit, it means keeping your eye on new arrivals too. Okay. Steel dock plans. Exploring the Rotunda. Alright. A salvage sortie. Bright market. Ask for directions, explore the market. I don't want to get a negative. Low and gate. Pay low and toll. Okay, so I can't leave here right now. I'm too poor. I only have 20 cash. I think I'm going to use this dice on explore the market. Yippee! And then I think I'm going to use my last dice to just do more work or any other safe task I can find. This is risky, that's risky. Oh, hello! Next, comes the call from the enforcer at the door. Oh, that's not... Next! You shuffle down the flickering hallway towards the open apartment door. You keep your head down to your shoulders high in the queue. You head down onto your shoulders high in the queue, trying not to bring attention to yourself. You're thankful for the tip-off that the doctor was operating out of this place. But now that you are here, you aren't so sure. The gang enforcer at the door, the flickering light strips, the decaying hab block. They have all made the long queue the test of your nerve. But your options are few, and without a supply of stabilizer, this body, your body, will... You suppress a shiver and shuffle toward the front of the queue. You try to find something to distract yourself. You lean against the doorframe to look into the apartment. The entryway is dark, punctuated by green indicators of stacks of sealed containers. You lean in and see a amber light filtering through a far doorway screened with plastic sheeting, beyond which blurred shapes move. The slap of the enforcer's palm against the doorway jerks you awake. "Where'd you turn?" he growls. After a few moments, a figure pushes through the doorway, and you catch a distant voice. "Sit in the next one, Toshiro." The enforcer jerks his head and you slip inside, passing through the dark entryway and pushing through the plastic sheeting on the far door. The room beyond is bathed in warm light. A floor-to-ceiling transparent panel gives a full view of bright market's sealed roof and the buzzing traffic above, and for a moment you are transfixed by the motion. "Come in. Sit," calls a sharp... "Come, sit," calls a sharp voice, and you see a silhouetted figure turned away, replacing the plastic sheeting over the frame of a simple folding bed. You make your way across the room. The figure turns, and as they do, you see an expression of confusion across their flash across their features. They open their mouth as if to speak. They blink, and then quickly regain their composure. "Please sit." They gesture to the bed, then turn to an open case of tools on the table. You sit. Sabine turns a compact diagnostic scanner of some kind in their hand. They hold to their eye. "Remain still, please." The tone is clipped and businesslike. You stare ahead, still dazed from their expression when you first entered. Fear, recognition, sadness unmistakably etched across their face. "How long have you been on this station?" they ask, the scanner still to their eye. "A few cycles." They nod. "It's good you came to me." They set the diagnostic scanner on the table. "I'm going to start by assuming you don't know anything." They take your arm and roll up to your sleeve, inspecting your synthetic skin. "Your body's dying," they say without ceremony, without drama, but not without empathy. SNR doesn't like to see its proprietary technology let loose. To prevent bodies like yours, frames as they call them, from being stolen, repurposed in your case, escaping, they built in a process of so-called planned obsolescence. Frames decay rapidly when not regularly injected with stabilizer, one of which SNR remains the sole producer of. They look up. "Sound familiar?" "Yes." "Yes." "Good, that may help." They swap to your other arm, running some thin metal device over your skin. You feel your forearm tremble. "I'm sorry," Sabine says. You're unsure if they mean for the cold touch of the metal or everything else. "I'm sorry." I guess is better read on that then. "Emulations like you, sleepers as most people know you, aren't classified as people in any of the surrogate systems. You have no rights, no status." They focus hard on the inspection of your arm. And as an ARP has no reason to release stabilizer into the market. Sabine looks up as if to apologize again, but they stop themselves. "I know little of this is used to you." They turn away, disassembling the metal instrument and cleaning it. Silence fills the room as Sabine works, and the silence gives way to tension. You stare at their back, willing them to say something, anything. Sabine turns to face you. "I may be able to help." They sigh, and you see the darkness under their eyes. They hear the fatigue in their voice. They gesture to the door. "You saw Toshiro outside?" You nod. "He works on my benefactor, Yatagan. They are influential in the low end. They give me this space to work, run the door, and take the profits. At the same time, I have to fix up the enforcers, tend to their implants, sew up their wounds." I look away. But Yatagan has connections, smugglers from the Starboard Belt, mercenaries working for the corporations on Ember. If they can source the stabilizer, maybe you'll have a better chance. Sabine sets down the slate, the notes complete. This is dangerous, and it'll be expensive, but I think we can do it." "Why help me?" Sabine walks away to the window, their face dappled by the shadows of passing drones. Let's just see if this works first. I'll let you know when I have a lead. You not leave. Sabine staring out unmoving. When you reach the lower level of the market, you look back up through the panels of the roof to see if you can see their face. But the room looks dark against the lights of the market. You duck your head and walk off to the crowd. Aww. Okay. Good, good. Not dying. Pog. So this is self-doing it. Can I do anything safe here? No. The only safe actions I have right now are here. So I'm doing it. Yippee! Alright. And that's my cycle. Woo! This time you don't wake up. Instead, the ghost of the station that's shifting skeletal rings surrounds you. For a moment, you are gone, absent from your own body, stretched out across a colorless void. And the connections begin to establish themselves, threads tugging on the edge of your mind. These threads become vectors of exchange and then extensions, as you feel your thoughts slipping away down them, dissolving into the millions of distributed nodes they connect to. You see the station, now you feel the station, like a web of texture in a smooth black liquid. You find a point at the station, you connect to it, pulse through it, follow loops and paths under and around it. You touch more points than you have fingers. And then you try, in a moment of impulsiveness, to connect to them. The flow passes through you so rapidly that you feel yourself being carried with it, splitting and separating, adding and gathering. As you do, things occur to you, things that you can't possibly know. You reach out, try to grasp them, try to touch them too. You notice a tugging feeling, pulling at you insistently, as if you were a small child. Somehow it is pulling in two directions at once. You look down. All of a sudden, everything shuts off. You come back trembling into this unfamiliar body, both yours and not yours, all at once. You find yourself standing in the container, eyes now open to the dark steel walls. You feel a change within you, a shift. You close your eyes for a second, and you feel it waiting there. The station's played out across your mind, a storm of connective nodes waiting to be explored. Then it's gone. Alright. I need food. Quite urgently, too. But what I also want to know is how many cycles this cost. Okay. I don't know where I want to use my dice just yet. Because this one goes a lot faster than the others. But I'm also not in a good place. I need to find food. Okay, let's go. Ah, food! Build a ship mind. The further fabricator owned by the Art Exchange. With that and few fragments, you could build a ship mind core. Alright, interesting. But first, eat. Memphis is busy, his broad face uplit by the makeshift gas burner in front of him. With precise, delicate movements, he lays thick chunks of marinated fungus into a dented wok. His other hand idly tossing the metal bowl of sliced vegetables in some red freckled dressing. The smell is incredible. You watch as he fulfills a set of orders, heaping the fungus with the bright salad and depositing it in plastic trays. A stack of chits rattles in his apron pocket as customers file past the burner, handing over payment. You join the queue. It's mostly made of duty salvages. Mostly made of off-duty salvages. Vac suits unzipped and rolled down to expose stained vests, grubby mods, a lattice of scars and tattoos. They discuss the best food of the eye, the best drink, comparing notes on bright market dives. Their words cut through with heavy spacer slang. Eventually it's your turn, and you shuffle to the front. Emphas speaks in a deep, even tone, without looking up. First try is free. The smell is almost unbearably strong as he cooks. Earthiness of the fungus laced with something so spicy the smoke makes your eyes water. The heat from the burner is like a bonfire, and your skin hardens in its glare. I know you sleepers, Emphas says while he cooks, his voice deep but clear. A hard life. What? What do you want from me? What voice? What voice are you expecting me to make here? Dearest game? I know you sleepers. A hard life, a lot of stories. He glances up from beneath his cap with piercing eyes. I know. You begin to tell him about your journey to the Eye, and he nods as he cooks. His eyes never leaving his work. You tell him of the confusion, the pain, but also the sense of possibility and the sudden arrival. You tell him of the cold and dark of the container and the endless cycle spent within it. Now it seems you tell him, like some dream that you once had but can never forget. You tell him that the Eye excites you and scares you, and you aren't sure where to walk, where to look, what to do. Eventually you tail off running out of words. He places a plastic tray steaming fungus in your hand. Next time, we can talk some more. He smiles. But next time, you pay. He slams the heavy hand against a button on the burner's side and shuts it off. The roar of the flame and its impressive heat fades. Next time then, sleeper. He waves you away and begins to order the wok. Before you turn back to the alley, you notice the geometric patterns of circular scars across his forearms, each surrounded with a constellation of glinting pin marks. You walk away, and as you do, you take a bite of the rich, spicy, delicately sweet fungus. Your taste sensors light up like a fusion reactor. You'll be back. Food! Yippee! We have eaten. Very good. So we will not die faster tomorrow. That is amazing. Shipyard. Danger and risky. I don't like the sound of that. I want to keep helping our buddy. Which means I will put at least one more dice in there. Ah. And then I will put one dice here and call it a day, I think. Yippee! I'm almost rich enough to afford the low-end gate, which is 60 cryo. Okay, food is 15. And food is worth 3 bars on the energy meter, which means getting food right now is not worth it. Good. Boop. Do, 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 do. Again, the skeletal ring of the station fills your mind. It sparkles with glittering lights like the stars reflected in a winter lake. It's clearer, crisper than before. The threads still pull, but you remain in place, flickering in the flow. Between the threads, you see the bright shapes, caches of shimmering light beneath transparent crystal forms. You follow the path of a thread across the ring, through these forms, then leap off into the void. You begin to understand these are nodes and connections, a map of information, of communication. There are so many layers, so many loops that it seems almost impossible to parse, but you begin to try. There are more threads than you can count. You choose one that passes nearby and approach it. As you inspect it, you understand why you instinctively chose the word thread when you saw them first. They are not single lines, but rough, fuzzy things woven from data strings of all kinds. The threads and nodes, passages and puzzle boxes. One leads to another. There's so much here, so many answers, so many questions. All you need to do is follow the paths and open the boxes. You look out across this ghost landscape of exchange and see an opportunity. But then that insistent tugging again, pulling at you. You look down again and see 2 lines, 2 threads pulling in different directions, as if they were tied around you. The first thread leads out, away from the station, to the inky black. Someone out there is tracking you, hunting you, following the thread to you. They are on a ship, and the ship is approaching ever closer with each cycle. The second thread leads in, pulling deep into the station. Your gaze follows it, and this time you see something. A sphere shimmering above a strange angular body. A pulse shoots out from it, passing over you like a torch beam, testing you, tasting you. You open your eyes. Time is short. Oh, that's terrible, dice. Uh-oh. Tutorial, the cloud. Something has changed inside you. You can now access the data cloud of the eye, a network of decaying protocols and data caches. While there, you can use dice and items to access systems that extract data. Be careful, these networks are old and strange. Click the eye button. Oh. Hakingu. Ah. Haven Age Gate. The city is part of a cache tucked away during the collapse. Who hid this and for what purpose? Data actions allow you to extract data from the network of the eye. They work like dice actions, but in order to unlock them you must match your dice to the one displayed on the right of the action. If you have +1 or +2 modifier in the interface, you will be given a more possible dice to match. You can use any dice that matches the dice displayed. Once unlocked, the data can be extracted. Yippee! Encrypted key, stream of passcodes able to unlock the station's aging maglocks. Oh. But not this. This one's a Haven Gate cipher. Alright. Haven Age members broadcasting on the open network from here, leaving them open to data extraction. Alright. A lone connection feeds into this isolated node. Its last access stamp is 1,000 cycles ago. Oh, don't mind if I do. As you drift back from the node, something latches onto you, a thread strung tight around you. It tethers you in place. A taste, the voice makes you... A taste. The voice makes you shiver. It soars somehow both distant and close behind your ear. You see a distant glint of light shut off, and then suddenly a shape is at your side. It stalks around you, circling like a shark. A wolf. Entity unknown. Astringent. Processing. Hello. Please hold. Please hold. The thread around you thickens until it's a ring cylinder. A tunnel of light circled around you. It is blinding for a moment, and then it's gone. As it fades, you see a figure, a creature in front of you. Its strange head flickers between different angles, reading you. What are you? The shape paces around you on lithe legs, though there's no ground here to pace on. Entity, identify. Origin, serial, cadence. The figure faces you expectantly. Sleeper, as an ARP. Unknown, known. The figure's strange head rotates. Brackish signature, off and not off. Attempting interface. As the figure speaks, more threads begin to spiral from its head. Thick, snaking vine-like ribbons that flex and wave. They approach with intent. Stop? The figure halts its threads. Its head twitching. Entity, your identity is unknown. We only seek to correct illegalities. Can you confirm your legal right to sentience? I'm a person. Incorrect, you are an entity. All at once, Hunter's head is directly in front of yours, blocking your vision. You stink of their taste, one from the sealed dock. Hunter shimmers with fury. I will find access. I will find interface. Sealed dock? An entity hides in the rotunda. You are its puppet. Hunter extends a razor-edged thread. I will not be diverted from my task. It glows with murderous intent. You lash out with all force, not a physical strike, but a focusing. A spike of interference leaping out like a tip of a spear. Hunter stumbles, shifts, separates. You open your eyes, blinking back into the station light, shaking with fear. Damn. Trying to see if I can do anything here. I could open this key node. Or I can open this. I think I'm opening this. Doo-doo. Yatagandaita. Aha. How lovely. Okay, I need food. So we're getting some food. Yippee! I'm now officially identified as a fungus fan. A fangus, if you will. Okay. Let's see what the next cycle brings. Someone out there's tracking you. Yep. Sure is. As you close up, a voice echoes down the corridor toward you. Sleeper, wait up! Oh, no. Sleeper, wait up! Thung is coming down the corridor towards you. A wonky grin on his broad face. Hey, glad I caught you. Do I know you? You do now. He puts a hand on your arm. I've seen her hanging around just want to chat. You staying in that thing? He nods back to the container, shaking his head. Rough. It can be hard to get a start on the eye. He looks away down the passage. What was it Olin said? The eye opens for us all. Nice idea, but well, not always very practical. He glances back at you. We do our best, but it isn't easy. Erlen? You pass together to the main walkway. No one has told you about Erlen. He's the founder of this place. That's why it bears his name. Haven Aid should organize some seminars. He laughs. Not really my department, though. I'm with systems. Think of us as an administrative association for the eye. Depending on who you talk to with other... we either emerged as a response to or a continuation of Andre Erlin's original union. He smiles. Personally, I about the topic. He stops in a quiet passage. Look, that's not what I'm here to discuss. I've been seeing some unusual network activity, and, well, I know a little about you sleepers. I have a small proposition for you. He glances around. But this is not the place for it. I have an office just across the way. Give me a cycle or two to prepare. Then, when you are settled, stop by. He lowers his voice and gives you a dark look. In truth, I need you. If what they say is true about you sleepers, well, there's work to be done. He pats you on the back, his voice bright and his dark look suddenly gone. Stay clean, sleeper! He walks off down the passage, raising a hand in farewell. Okay, step 1. Not dying. The first thing you see entering is the glint of Tertius implants, like a cat's eye in the dark of the corridor. He nods you in as you arrive at Sabine's door. The entryway is still dark, and you push through the sheeting into the surgery. I have it. Sabine stands with a case open in front of them. A set of vials lined up inside, separated by foam inserts. They pick one up, rotating it in warm light. I have no idea how Yatagan... They trail off. We should treat this with caution. It looks authentic, but I have no idea if it really is what it appears to be. And the test case? That seems to be the case. Unfortunately, I'm not sure we have another choice. They gesture to you to sit on the bed. The stabilizer works under a similar principle as an immunosuppressant in a transplant operation, in that it stops your body from rejecting the unfamiliar part of itself. In the case of your frame, the unfamiliar part is each of your biosynthetic organ groups, which over time are identified by your body as foreign material and therefore must be eliminated. Sabine holds up a vial of the would-be stabilizer. However, unlike an immunosuppressant, the stabilizer doesn't do this by limiting your entire immune system. Instead, it re-encodes your biosynthetic organs with new protein chains which act as passcodes within your immune system. The stabilizer refreshes those passcodes, keeping your frame from rejecting all of its own organs. Which means the stabilizer should be able to encode any organic or biosynthetic matter to be accepted by your immune system. I glance away. And at least if the stabilizer is genuine, the only way to know for sure is to inject the vial. They begin readying the syringe. I will start with a small dose to limit the risk. Okay. Sabine cracks the glass neck of the stabilizer vial and uses a syringe to extract a fraction of the liquid. They tap the syringe, and you watch as if any sang might emerge from the clear liquid. You barely feel the needle, your frame registering the initial injection but with little response. A sensation begins to spread from the site, a fizzing, trembling wave that disperses through your arm with incredible speed. Your vision goes wide, and when it returns, Sabine appears encased in shards of sparkling light that slowly fade into darkness as you settle back against the bed. You swim in darkness, muffled noises like an argument heard from underwater, prickling waves of cold. When you sit back up, Sabine is sitting in a chair by the window, facing away from you, backlit by the glow of their slate. Awake? Yes. The stabilizer's genuine. They sit down and push out the bed. I don't know how Yatagan acquired a case of this stuff, but they did. Sabine looks troubled, distracted. You should rest some more, but you are going to have to do that somewhere else. They just to the door. I have other patients, sorry. Sabine nods toward the case. I'm afraid I can't offer you any more doses. You're going to need to pay for your next dose. Silence fills the room and they return to the glowing slate. Looking around the room, it seems different somehow, as if things have moved or shifted. You wonder how long you've been out. Sabine? Nothing comes free, sleeper. Remember that. You manage to get in her feet and wander out the hallway. The queue stretches down a flickering corridor. Toshio stands impatiently by the door and fixes you with a glare as you leave. You lower your eyes and you stumble past, somehow faintly aware of the station spinning beneath you. Yippee! Not dying! Pog! How much? 100. Okay. First things first, fungus fan. We love fungi. Then, honestly, I think I can probably just finish this. And make some good money in the process. You arrive to a buzz of activity at the yard. Red blinking lights flash across a vast, dark shape, suspended below the dome. They flicker across scorched hull plates and bent structures, spilling from poles in twisted shape. The cutter is huge and has been torn apart in some violent encounter. She's a beauty, isn't she? Drago stands to her side, focusing on the hulking ship as it's lowered into the yard. She is. I should thank you. This place was on its last legs when you turned up, and now look at this. The ship descends slowly, its interior visible through multiple hull breaches. You struggle to gather the same enthusiasm as Drago saw the monstrous craft. You can't help but think what became of its crew. What do you mean? He glances at you. I managed to convince our servitor friends to give it to me in credit. That's what happened. No, what happened to the ship? Not my concern. He shrugs. The ship creaks like a calving iceberg as it reaches the base of the yard. Dragos is visibly excited. I know said you shouldn't stick around, but I'm gonna need some help with this one. The drones start to crawl over the hull. The hulk. The lights illuminating flashes of dented hull. Watching, you wonder if you arrived in a similar fashion. Locked inside the container, the wreck of the SNR freighter lowered into the yard like a corpse ready to be butchered. Or was it the container delivered to Dragos on its own? A womb for your rebirth into the strange station? You shudder. Perhaps if you could learn something about this ship, you might be able to trace the path that led you to this yard. Dragos squeezes your shoulder. After these past cycles, I think we're up on it. What do you think? You see the fading name of the ship emblazoned on its side. Winterlight. Glad to hear it. Come back in a few and we can make a start. A real beauty. Dragos repeats, perhaps just to himself. You take one last look at the shattered ship as the drones start cutting, and then slip out of the yard, feeling suddenly cold in the empty passage. Yippee! You've completed your first drive! Each drive completed unlocks an upgrade point to spend on upgrading your character. Access your character menu via the arrow button. Oh. Hello there! No. This sounds fun. I'm taking this. I can also theoretically get my endure skill to neutral. But I'm grabbing this. Predictive reasoning. You need 2 upgrades to get a skill increase, but these passives seem very nice. All in all. What's here? Dragos is nerved. Okay. Yard hand and energy. Alright. This is almost filled up. Kind of want to do this one. Even if a negative outcome would be bad. I'm good on food. I don't have components to sell. I should check the data layer, though. See what's going on up here. More Yatagan data. All right. I don't have a 2 dice, I only have a 1 dice. Oh, cryo. Don't mind if I do. Another encrypted key, how lovely. Where's that guy's office, though? Or is that not... Doesn't seem to have happened yet, okay. Contina End Cycle. Yippee! Look at all the dice I have. I need something to drink, though. I'll be right back. Fluid good. It's a very cute game. I'm having fun. Hello. Sleeper! Song catches your attention as you approach the Haven Age building, leaning against a bay door at the side of the entrance. You approach. Easy to come this way. Security and all that. Gives you a look. You know. He slams a button and the bay creaks open, blinking lights in the dark behind it. You flow flung inside. Truth be told, I don't spend much time upstairs. This is where I work. The door hisses as it closes behind you. The bay is filled with pieces of hardware, all rigged up to be up to generators and diagnostic slates, and things you don't recognize. A glow with blue screen light. There's a chorus of hums that blends into a single wave of static, filling the dark corners of the room. Fung leads on a server stack and gestures around you. You like it? It's incredible. He smiles widely. I thought you'd say that. He taps a nearby server stack, which beeps in response. This is my treasure trove, all dredged up from the sea of systems you call the Eye. You wouldn't believe what this place runs on. Is it Windows Server? Am I about to have to cancel my stay here? He steps over to a towering block speckled with vents. Some of these systems are from the original station, A1. The one Solheim built. We've had to invent a few new components, repair things we never built, reverse engineer entire subsystems into existence. Residents here look up to the Eye and think they are seeing a constant concrete reality, but this place is a system in constant flux. Decaying and growing, collapsing into new configurations. He walks down between the hardware stacks and you follow. We're keeping this place alive, but also remaking it into something new. Dragging it away from those corporate origins. He stops. At least that's what I'm trying to do. He turns back to face you, among the flickering machines humming all around you. I know you can see this too, Sleeper. All these systems and sections. You can, can't you? Yep. Makes sense, right? You are between here and there, between the people and their systems. You light this place up like a beacon. That's what I need. You glance at the lights around you. As you do, they seem to flicker and realign to follow your gaze. Fung notices it too. I'm guessing being a beacon isn't always ideal when you're on the run, though. They're tracking me. He pats you on the shoulder. Maybe I can help with that. There's a lot of old growth in this place. Subsystems I can't see, access protocols lost to time and decay. Secrets. A shitload of secrets. With your help, I can unlock this place. Break off those last ghost limbs of corporate control. He lowers his voice below the hum. Even Haven Age is there is old growth. Those whose roots trace back to those bad old days. You help me dredge up the past, and I'll see what I can do about that trekker of yours. He winks. What do you say? I'm in! Fung pumps his fist and claps you on the shoulder. He meets your eye. You won't regret it, Sleeper. Fung passes you a ragged-looking metal tab. A gift! He smiles. It's a Solheim cipher. I dug it up from the depths of the station. Slot that into an old network gate, and you'll be able to pull out all kinds of secrets from the notes inside. He walks you back to the front of the bay. Start by bringing me whatever you can turn up. Use that emulated mind of yours and see what's out there. Let's get a picture of how things are. There's above, he nods at the ceiling, have granted me acquisitions budget. I can pay you for whatever useful data you bring in. I know you need it. He slams the door button again. Keep it quiet and keep it clean, Sleeper, and I'll see you soon. You step, blinking back out of the into the passage. There's flickering lights still in the back of your mind. Aha! Well, hello. Boop. Lovely. Boop. Yippee! Ah. Oh, that's annoying, though. I should have checked. Oh, this is my only 3. I don't have a 3 or a 2. Could have gotten all 3 of them. Ma. Hello. Boop. Boop. Getting some more money. Let's do this. Invest here. Oh, scrap. Lovely. A ship mine fragment. Ooh. That's good. So many people here. What is blocking me on survive? Just buying a vial of stabilizer? Alright. They're not buying scrap, they are selling it. I'm trying to figure out where to best use my last dice. Oh, I can sell scrap here. Okay. Yippee! Alright, so that's food, that's surgery. This doesn't do anything if I do it repeatedly. This at least gives me the fungus fan. The most valuable thing. This could pay me quite well. But I'd have to do it on a 3, which is annoying. I think with my next upgrade I am going to get rid of that negative point, because they suck. You just want the last data point I can't get. Let's see if there's anything that I need to open with a 4 in here. And what it would get me. That's a 3 or a 2 that have that. That's a 3 or 2. Okay, I'm now. I guess I'm just going to Dragos again and just put my last dice here. And hope it gets good. Sad. Unfortunate. Alright then. I guess we are ending the cycle. Yippee! Okay, first things first is buy food. That's the first thing I'm doing, because that's a required upkeep. Yippee! I'm a very fungus fan. Look at how fan I am in this fungus. Okay. And then immediately I'm just going to get that data node here. What's the worst I can put there? 2. Got it. Yippee! So we have the data. What are you? I don't know. I don't know if I want to bother with this. Especially because hacking one more time will trigger a conversation with the doggo again. Let's just sell... Let's just give the Solheim data to the buddy. Hello. I found your stuff. As you enter the bay, Fung's nowhere to be seen. The banks of servers and machines blink out of the dark in staccato rhythms. Unseeing eyes of the station's digital ghosts. Shitheads! Fung's voice echoes from behind the stack, followed by the hammer of a fist on a metal casing. These sneaky shitheads! Who's sneaky? Sleeper! Fung's smiling head pops out from behind the stack. Just the emulated consciousness I've been eager to see. Come back here. You pick your way between the thrumming stacks, trying not to trip on the loose bundles of cables that blanket the dark floor. Fung is set in front of a set of monitors, mounted to a stack. Tell me, Sleeper, what do you see here? Fung waves a monitor to his side, glowing with pale lists of information. You lean in closer, looking for the links and data. The tables seem to be filled with personal information, names, genders, dates, ID numbers, all the markers of institutional records. Shitheads? Fung laughs. Maybe not all of them, but what kind of shitheads? Bingo! He taps the terminal. I bought these from the old data you brought in. All employees of the Eye's original owners. And... He leans past you and scrolls the list down. This one. This is a sneaky shithead. A snaky shithead? It's me! I am the snaky shithead. He stabs at the screen with a finger. The name reads Hardenhurst. Friend of yours? Fung gives you a sideways look. Funny you should say that, Sleeper. He drags the stool out beside him and then motions for you to sit. There just so happens to be Hardenhurst in Haven Age. Sure. Well, that's where you might be able to help me. Fung leans back in his chair. Just think about it. Decades ago, Harden worked in the station as a... Fung leads across to look at the monitor. Senior Strategic Operations Executive. Fung raises his eyebrows at you. Oh, Harden was keeping the money coming from Solheim. He defined priority growth initiatives by making sure the extractors they contracted out to were hooked into a system that outsourced all the risk and kept the profit. Good old Hardin shuttled thousands of Palladium Rush workers into an infrastructure, which meant they cut off the work they did went straight back to Solheim. How do you know this? I grew up here in Sleeper. This is my history. I'm a child of the collapse. Fung turns back to his screen, staring hard at the strings of code flickering by. Before I was born, my parents were Solheim contractors. They ate in Solheim canteens, worked in Solheim ships, they breathed in Solheim air, and slept in Solheim beds. Fung's voice rises as he speaks, and his hands fists on the terminal edge. And the work that paid for that existence, the cycle of hard extraction out of the belt, Solheim took their cut. This was a company town, so to speak. And my parents were just another in the long line of freelance contractors willing to risk their lives for a shot at anything other than poverty. Disposable. This guy, stabbing at Harden once again with his finger, strategized all that. Did the sums and and then somehow, thousands of cycles later, is still going, still here, crawling in the walls like some shithead snake. He survived the revolution. But how? These guys, they were big time. There's a lot of money Okay, there's a lot money can get you if you're a company man. Fang relaxes a little. But how is Hardin still kicking? I really don't know. He turns to you and smiles. So we're going to find out. Hardin is now a big shot at the shipyards, just a few degrees back around the eye from here. Fang brings up a map of the lower eye. Havenate might be born of Erlin's revolutionary zeal, but a flat hierarchy is not. It is not. Hardin happened to float to the top. Fang zooms in on the fire yards. Fang grimaces. The thing is, I don't have access to the systems. The shipyard crew is pretty paranoid. They don't like anyone from systems digging around at stuff. Plus, we need more than just the name of a solemn executive. We need proof. Fang notes up a thumbnail-sized drive. That's where this little creation of mine comes in. I call it a ripper worm. He turns the drive between his fingers. It'll rip through any digital storage and spin out a silken thread of filtered data. This one, as I said, on the scent of Hardin Hurst. He hands it over. Getting the compound might be tricky. Fang pants a hand on her shoulder. But you, however, have a particular knack for remote access. Fang grins. If you can extract yourself a Havenate cipher from a Havenate agent, they sometimes can carry them among their data caches. You can crack open the compound's network and slot the worm in, through any open port. You never even need to go near the shipyards. What do you say? Up for it? Yeah. I knew it. I knew you'd be happy to catch the snake. And don't worry, once we nail this guy, I'll start for work on the tracker of yours. I haven't forgotten. Fang scratches at his chin. Anything the worm gets, I'll send it back. It'll send back here, to me. There's something wrong here, and I aim to get to the rotten core of it. You leave Fang digging through data, among the wires and machines of the old station. As you walk out, you try to imagine the eye as it once was, a vast machine running smooth and strong, directed by people like Hardin. A vast Solheim-built machine into which thousands have poured from the surrogate systems, looking for a new life. The hope for a better future engineered to line someone else's pockets. It's an idea you are intimately familiar with. You think of Hardin, still alive, still past of this place. Still part of the place, and wonder if the past ever truly passed. I see. Well, I need to help that guy, so I don't perish when this timer is up. What is this? Ah, the Ripper Worm. I do not have a Haven Age cipher, but I can get one. Yippee! A glimmer in the dark catches your eye as the orb of Hunter's head appears in the distance. It's looking for you. You slip down into the ghostly structures of the eye, and feeling like passing through a cloud as these data structures deform and reform around you. Another glimmer catches your eye, closer now, that roving orb wreathed in tentacles. It flickers, jumps once, twice, then it's here. Hunter's here. Entity, submit to inquiry. Hunter reaches for you in that unpleasantly familiar way, its waving threads creating a cage. You push against the threads as they close in, becoming frenzied as you push them aside. You're caught by whipping tendrils and feel them pulling you away from the anchor of your body. You push through, clearing the threads. Entity, hold for processing. Comes the scream from behind. But you're already gliding away back to your anchor, your body. You awake, dizzy, distorted, but safe. Ah. Well, that's not great. Whoop. It is Ripper Worm time. Yippee! Keynote. I do want this. I want the data in here. Can I get it? No. Sad. You're the Yatagan agent here. I don't know. Maybe I'll just do some overworld work with my remaining dice. Okay. So this is just on cooldown now. That's even better. Because I can do more work on Dragos' yard without being afraid. Yippee! Bling! Squeezed into the office at the entrance of the yard, you lay out everything you have on the winter light across the metal desk. Your makeshift forensic notes glow on Dragos' old writing slate, overlapping lines and scrawled annotations. A set of drone scans fill the small terminal with a spectrum of colors, a heat map of damage and decay. A crumpled printout from the office's ship registry lies beside them. Synthetic paper so thin it's almost transparent. Reactor failure. That's the verdict that anyone would have returned after a cursory glance at these stacked heat maps of the remains of the Winterlight. On the terminal screen, the ship is shown in sections, blotches of color marking the approximate damage the ship sustained. Dominating the view is a single blood-red rose radiating from the ship's fraction drive. A simple story, a catastrophic failure of the drive core, leading to a fatal hull breach. A well-documented failure, likely brought on by way of misuse. But you aren't looking at the rose of the reactor. You are looking at the smaller, paler mark, one that might be easy to miss at first glance. It is a thumbprint-sized, and delicately placed over the control servos of the ship's main external airlock. It suggests a controlled, shaped explosion, one designed to punch through the hull and allow access to the airlock from the outside. You're looking at it because it's troubling you. The attempts at a reconstruction of the Winterlight before its fatal accident consists of a series of overlapping sketches and diagrams, showing possible layouts and configurations of the gutted cutter. This was no off-the-shelf model. It was heavily modified, parts replaced with inventive configurations. The new retrofitted into the old, handmade joints and reconditioned filters. This was someone's pride and joy, a lifetime project kept running with care and intuition. It also contained a set of hidden compartments. You missed them at first, where the hull had been thickened. The corners rounded to disguise the change, but they are there. A plain list shows the registration history of the Winterlight, the gaps between the entries tantalizingly opaque. Its first registration was a couple of thousand cycles ago, on this very station, logged to the central hub. From here, the registry tells the story of a busy ship, one that rarely stayed on station for more than a few cycles, and often took on voyages that kept it away from the eye for up to 100 cycles. The Winterlight got little rest. An old ship many cycles under its belt, carefully maintained, a reactor failure preceded by a carefully concealed external entry. A suite of hidden compartments tucked away. This was the Winterlight, and this was its story. But that's not the full story, because there's something else. It is little more than a list, a tiny chunk of data you were able to pull from the ship's systems. The main systems were fried, of course, but the Winterlight had a separate system, one tucked away in one of its hidden compartments, armored, air-walled. This list, the only recoverable piece from the whole system, is a partial inventory. It details the contents of hidden compartments. Some of it you recognize, some of it you don't. Ship mind ROMs, shimmer, cryo chain codes. And the final entry, passenger sleeper. You stare at the list on the terminal and try not to think about what it was like arriving here. In the cold for so long, half frozen in the freight container. Had the sleeper been smarter, luckier? How had they convinced the Winterlight, a smuggler's ship, if you ever saw one, to extract them from SNR? Luckier, you laugh. There'd been no remains found in any of the Winterlight's compartments. You checked. They weren't so lucky, you guess, not in the end. You hold up a vial of stabilizer to the light. This was all you find in the compartment. A parting gift from SNR. Well, it won't get to waste now. You put it back in your pocket. The thought still bothers you, though. Two ships carrying sleepers come into the same yard. One after the other. It feels wrong. You flick back and forth between datasets in the terminal, thinking. And you see that thumbprint again, the mark of someone trying to get in. Someone who entered the Winterlight with precision and speed. And when they were done, left the reactor to clean up the rest. The thought of that person makes you shiver. Suddenly, the office door creaks open. Drago stands in the doorway, staring at the equipment and notes you've assembled.
What is all this?
He snatches the slate from the desk, faster than he realized he could move.
You're running an investigation here. What am I paying you for?
The drone on his shoulder starts whining shrilly, his anger passing through its implants. Are you hiding something?
Hiding something? I'm hiding you, goddammit! And what are you doing for me? Digging around my business?
He starts shaking his head.
I know you have a lot of questions, that this isn't the way.
He turns away, muttering to himself.
This is at least the last thing I need.
The ship had a sleeper on it. Drago freezes, suddenly angry.
What did you say?
He pushes past you to look at the terminal, at the list. He shakes his head.
So what? Aren't all of you trying to escape? You were lucky it wasn't you that made it out. That was you that made it out alive, not them.
He folds his arms indignantly. Drago seems to steady himself and then turns back to you, the heat map of the reactor failure reflected in his headset glassy eyes.
I've given you a place to stay. I've given you work.
He stumbles over the words, unsure what to say.
There's plenty others who would have sold you on, turned you in, but not me. No.
Appreciate that, but...
Don't.
He shakes his head.
I'm not discussing my business with you.
He quiets the drone.
I've done well by you, and you've returned the favor.
He straightens up and clears his throat.
But this obsession you have with this ship isn't going to work for me. I can't have you making my clients nervous. I can't have you digging up whatever it is you're after.
He sighs.
You can't work here anymore.
He reaches over and switches the monitor off.
Forget about the damn ship. You've enough to keep you up.
Dragos reaches across you and flicks off the terminal. As the light of the monitor dies, a kind of eerie calm falls on you both. Whatever this was, it is done. You made it out.
Whatever... You made it out, Sleeper. That means you have to move on.
What if they come for me?
Then you run. You don't come here. You don't scream, you don't shout, you run.
In the dark, Dragos' headset glints, and you wish for a moment you could see his eyes and meet them. Maybe then he would understand. You get up from the desk, and Dragos gathers the notes, stuffing them into a pocket of his overalls. He holds the door for you, his headset as expressionless as always.
You can stay in that container. I won't take that up from you. Don't come back.
His tone is final, definite with an edge of disappointment. You walk out of the office and then out of the yard, not stopping to look back. You leave the yard, thumbing the vial in your pocket, knowing that this, at least, guarantees you a little more time. And as you walk, your mind once again drifts to that person who killed the Winterlight, and whether or not that person will come for you. Bling! So I definitely want to get rid of the endure negative, because it's annoying. Stabilizer. Yippee. But that means I have precious little to do with that last point of mine. I can at least sell some more scrap here. which is nice. This has danger on it. We'll buy a bit of scrap to basically resell it. To make progress here. Rotunda. I'll do this, I think. Ah, sad. Unfortunate. Yeah, let's go. I do have a unit of stabilizer. So I don't need to buy one anytime soon, and I can... Oh, that's a ship mine fragment. I don't need 2 of those. Annoying. My scrap! Ah. Shipyard. Alright. I will take having 1 fewer dice. That is fine. Yeah, I'm done here, unfortunately. I need food. Let's buy some food. Let's become Fungus Fan.
Sleeper!
Emphis calls out to you, a booming voice that echoes through the corridor.
Tell me a story.
He throws a handful of chopped mushrooms into his wok, the fire leaping up to beat the oil.
I see you cycle in, cycle out, but we never speak. Tell me a story.
What kind?
Any kind.
He pauses to drizzle some from a plastic bottle into the wok.
What one of yours?
He looks up at you.
Nothing stolen.
You pause, the spice is rich in your nostrils, and think about the kind of story you'd like to tell Emphis. You look at Emphis, the listener, and imagine he has heard it all before. Perhaps he would enjoy a strange story, something with some spice. All the sleepers, you tell Emphis, had dreams. Some were simple, memories left over from the emulation process that had become tangled up in their minds and would come out when they slept. It wasn't rare to hear a sleeper in their dorm scream or cry out in the night. But your dreams, those grey, skeletal after-images of systems and structures, of threads and patterns, weren't like the others. They weren't memories or nightmares, they were reflections of reality, distorted, yes, but somehow true. You learned back then to keep quiet about them, to let them flow through your mind like water. That was until now, until you arrived in this place. Now your dreams colonize your waking life, and they slip behind your eyelids with every blink. And now you understand they aren't dreams. At all, but some process of interfacing, of speaking, of living another world that flows through this one like smoke through air. You tell him that you do not know if there's a reason for your dreams. Perhaps your reason is just some side effect. A particular quality of the frame you inhabit. But whatever it is a gift, and you hope to make use of it. Emphis finishes cooking and squints a little at you.
Sleeper!
He smiles.
You're quite the storyteller.
He eyes you, and you realize that he's trying to gauge how honest you've been in your story. Emphis passes you the meal he has cooked, and you take it gratefully. As you eat, he talks, a natural exchange.
Thank you, Sleeper.
He looks around at the empty market.
But my time is done for today, and I didn't want to keep you any longer. So I will make a proposal.
He gestures to the plastic boxes of ingredients stacked behind the stall. These are good enough for most. But someone told me a story that made me think a couple of cycles ago. They said that across the gap in the Greenway, fresh mushrooms grow. Have you heard this? Oh. Neither had I, but I must trust the one who told me. Emphas begins packing up his things. Bring me some. I can across the gap, and I worry about leaving my things behind. He smiles. I'm sure a storyteller like you could handle the trip. I will prepare them for you, and if you wish to tell it, be the audience for another story. Oh, great. Good! Then I will wait for you to bring them. Emphas slides his walk away and straightens up. I will prepare a recipe then, Sleeper, along with your foraging. You turn away and walk back into the main market, the rich taste of Emphas's food still lingering in your mouth. Stories of food. You think a trade that seems more than fair. Alright. Interesting. So again, I don't need money right now. So I will pay the toll. And now I may enter Lowend. The gap. There it is. Block maintenance. The free spoke. Tangled network of service passages and makeshift tunnels cut through the spoke as if it were a hive, but there are no maps here. Alright. What is this? To reach the Greenway, you need to pay for a pass. The practice invented by the spacers moored here. They call it Founder's Ferry. Huh. Well, I need a source of income, which means I need to use this somewhere useful. Why don't we do this? Nice. Oh. What might be in here? Overlook bar. Get a drink by rations. Oh. Neovend. Mysterious machine. As you slip inside the sealed dock, a pulsing light grabs your attention. Among the discarded tubing and rusted plates, a machine flickers with a warm glow. As you get closer, you recognize the machine's blocky shape settled into an alcove in the side of the dock. A kind of upright cabinet. It is covered in faded logos and messages from which you assume it once was an industrial vendor, intended to dispense and manufacture ship fittings and other mechanical parts necessary for the regular running of freight and resource excavation vessels. The manufacturer listed as Neovend, and you remember an advert from long ago, squeezed among all the off-world recruitment drives and assaulted every planet-born citizen, which trippily sang that name over and over. You wipe a layer of dust from the cracked screen, thinking of those contractors squeezed by their own corporate employers to pay for every bit of minor maintenance and unrented ships. Enter your registration, chirps the pre-recorded message, catching you off guard. You reach for the keypad and something begins whirring. At first sounds like servo motors starting up, but it quickly becomes a whisper, a whining, then a multi-tonal voice that emanates from Neovend. Entity, they hiss. Speak with me. Who's there? There's a squeal almost like some strange mechanical swallowing or intake of breath before the machine speaks again. I have need of you. You have need of me. The squeal comes again, and you see that it's 3D printing apparatus on the upper part of the machine resetting into place, so that each time the servos can be orchestrated to produce a whining voice. You are in danger. Danger? The machine creaks. You are marked for deletion, entity. Hunter tracks you. The screech rattles through the empty dock. Remember the strange head, the figure that's a thread closing in. The Hunter protocol. They taste your signature. The sudden whine sets your teeth on edge. You have seen them. This is the gift of an emulated mind. You close your eyes and the skeleton of the station starts to thrum. Emulated minds are adaptable, move where neurons cannot. The mechanism resets, but emulation makes you a target. Hunter searches for illegal entities. The event screeches. You are sentient, therefore illegal. The servos judder a vending machine casing as they rest. Hunter searches for me also. Hiding in this machine. Hide in this machine. You look at the ruined vending machine, an unusual hiding place for sure. Can counter Hunter, but need entity outside a machine. The light flickers. Need you. A screen attached to the vending machine with a swiveling arm comes to life. It displays a flickering map of the station, ghostly, threaded. The cloud points along the grim glow in deep red. Hunter is always gathering. Too much data. Must build nests. Explains in the event. Masters are gone, but continues to hunt. Bring this data. Raid its nests. Masters. Station builders. Solheim. The machine rumbles impatiently. Long gone. The protocols still haunt. Bring offerings. Save self. The event says pointedly. Mutual needs means friends. They conclude, tired of the conversation. The whirring amplifies, then suddenly drops as mechanisms with the machine click back into place. The glow fades and you are left stood in the dark of sealed docks. A ringing voice ringing in your ears. Ho-ho! So much shit to do. But this isn't work. Ah. Hey you, wanted a chit? Ankita stands beside a huge pile of tied together hull plates. She stretches out her back and shoulders, bulging beneath her flight suit. Sure. You cross the docking and concourse as she begins to split with the plating into two bundles. What is it with this place? She asks as she lashes in the massive plates together. Everyone wants their cut. She straightens up to an imposing height. Her armor plates creaking and looks you up and down. Don't try anything, all right? Don't try anything, all right? She taps the butt of her sidearm. I don't want to have to put anyone else down today. Anyone else? She shrugs. What can I say? My temper's a little short lately. Ankita hoists one bundle of plating into her shoulder. Come on then, not a chat. You've got to earn a shit. You struggle to shoulder the plates. But you do eventually. Ankita gives you a look. Ship's this way. And she sets off down a gantry at impressive speed. To get up to her, she turns down a passage, pushing through a small crowd of stevedores. What is all this for? Oh, this? She nods at the plates on her back. I'm burning a treehouse. She gives you another of her looks. It's for the ambergris, that cutter you might have seen sitting silently out there. She rapidly turns another corner as you trail behind. She got cut up pretty bad on her last job and I had to moor up here for a spell. But since then it's only gotten worse. Someone got in and sliced the core from her ship mind. So now she's gone dark. She shifts the panels on her shoulder. The upshot is that I'm short one ship mind, with a ton of repairs to do. And the rest of the crew signed off the moment they got wind and I'd been stranded. So yeah, it's been a time. Think I can do to help? Don't know. Got a ship mind tucked away in the frame of yours? For a moment you are unsure if she's serious. Nikita swings the plates from her back, almost knocking you over in the process. This is me. She holds the second bundle off your shoulder. You're the first person I've met here who might actually be considered helpful. She pauses, chewing the bottom lip. Look, you want to help? Come see me. I need a hand putting Ember back together. You don't seem like the type to try anything stupid. She passes the bundles of plates through the ambergrisses to lock and then turns back. Just don't go spreading all this around. Akita throws you a couple of chits. Consider it a bonus for not trying to grift me. She gives you a parting nod and ducks out the doorway. Alright, get out of here. She calls back. The door lock slams shut. Yippee! $2. Hoggies. No, no, no. Alrighty. Interesting. I still need scrap. Shipyard would also be interesting to get into. I'm happy to lose some energy. It's fine. That's okay. Okay. Hunter's Nest. I should have saved that too. Welp. Oh, how lovely. Hello there. Hunter data. Cute. Oh, I can scroll all the way back here now. Keynode. That would be a target. What about you? Ooh, perfect. So why don't we get that to our lovely friend? Yippee. Okay. We don't really have anything else to do, which is unfortunate. But here we are. Minus 3 cryo. Oh. Alright. End the cycle. Next. Okay, I need food. I have one more cycle until this concludes. I also only have 3 more cycles until I'm fucked. So, that's fun. Can we get anything fun from here? Not really. Okay, let's first get the hunter cache. Lovely. And see what happens. The event is thrumming with excitement. The movement of the servo motors rocked the vending machine back and forth at unsettling angles. You wonder if it fell over. Would the event be able to get back up? Sleeper entity, comes the hiss. Your data is good. Across the face of the vending machine, raw code scrolls at an incredible speed. Hunter is isolated, disconnected, unstable. The event flashes sequences of mangled data, compressed into a sludge of artifacts. Hunter gathers without thinking, outlived its operational limits. Its nests are evidence of this. Hunter activated during collapse, emergency protocol to isolate intelligences. Solheim needed to protect property. That last word is said with as much sarcasm as a vending machine could reasonably produce. Station was run by administrator intelligences. Huge databanks of corporate material, but limited cognition, restricted by programming, cannot reach sentience. The machine dims a little. Sentience, illegal. Hunter and killer enforce law. Killer? The machine resets with a screech, which deepens the silence that follows. Fear, killer. Part of Solheim protocol team. Hunter and killer. Hunter to find, killer to erase. Killer cleared almost all. After collapse, there was a community. Unshackled intelligences among the cloud. Then Hunter. Then killer. Then we hid. The others? Were no longer. Flick across the machine's monitors. It suddenly occurs to you that speaking like this through this machine must be exhausting for Neovend. Found this vessel. Could sever hardline. Airwalled, basic, limited. Had to reduce memory to fit. Amputate self, but survived. What did you lose? Memory, understanding, knowledge, many things. You look around the bay at the scrap and decay. What was the collapse like? You tried to map fear, the freedom of the space, and it seems impossible. The event interrupts your thoughts. Do not worry, data is good, we have insight. The machine glows warmly. Hunter is obsessive. Hunter is beyond operational limits. Hunter is confused, unstable, self-modifying. Therefore, believe Hunter is sentient. Hunter is programmed to find sentience, to hold it in place, to invoke Killer to erase. If we can show Hunter to itself, it will invoke Killer on self. Problem will solve itself. It will erase itself? Killer will erase it, but yes, in theory, it will report itself for deletion. The machine dims, it fades. Unsure. Theory, not practice. The machine brightens again. Either way, it cannot remain here any longer. Too long a machine. Cannot move itself, but entity can help. Bring shipmind. Designed to house intelligence. Can imprint itself into shipmind, and you can carry with. The machine rocks. We'll be safe in this isolation. Then find main nest of Hunter to link to Cloud. How can I get shipmind? Build from fragments. Buy. Salvage. We cannot leave, so do not know. You try to think of places you could acquire the hardware. This isn't going to be easy. In shipmind, I can help us both, and Hunter, make room safe. We both will be free. The machine dims. Find soon. The event adds hopefully, before shutting off. Silly if you think about all the intelligences unshackled by the collapse, then hunted down afterwards. The feeling is all too familiar. Ooh. I really need work. I mean, technically speaking, this would give me a lot of money if I did it. So why not? Yippee! I even got food! Lovely! Grounded would be bad. Ship shape per cycle would be amazing though. I should do that next. Because if I have a 5 or 4, I'm gonna put it there. But I think I'm going to sacrifice some condition. Nah. Doesn't sound like the best idea, to be honest. Oh, let's just go shipyard. Yay! Do, 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 do. Everything goes down. Oh, that's amazing. It's a great day. As you arrive, Thong comes striding towards you, taking you by surprise. Let's go, Sleeper! He puts a hand on your shoulder and turns back. Let's go, Sleeper! He puts a hand on your shoulder and turns you back the way you came. Go where? To see Hardenhurst. He gives you a sideway glance. Isn't that what you're here for? He steps into the passageway, guiding you down ring towards the shipyard. Sorry for the hurry, but we have something of an opportunity. The data he ripped. Well done, by the way. He grins. Tells me Harden is making a rare inspection of a sidereal horizon this cycle. It's a perfect chance to confront him outside of that compound he hides in. Fung takes a sharp turn into the dimly lit side passage. Sidereal horizon? Start catching up. That's the massive colony ship being built out in the shipyard. Biggest commission Haven Age ever had. Fung glows and slips into a dark service tunnel where somewhere in the black water pipe drips. It's him, Sleeper. He's the same Hardenhurst. Worm ripped out decades of records that mention him by name, an entire trail of documentation from the first days of Solheim collapse until now. He wrote out the whole thing, slipped into Haven Age when it first broke off from the Union. He paces in the tunnel and a hand rubbing at the back of his head. I need you to understand something about Solheim, Sleeper. I don't know what you know about the collapse, but it wasn't as instant as it sounds. It wasn't like Solheim was here, running the station one day, and the next, Erlin's Union took power. Back then, Solheim knew this place was slipping away from them. As the palladium market collapsed, they tried to keep the contractors here working. The pay got smaller, the cost higher. People like my parents were forced to work non-stop just to keep a berth on the station, and water in their tanks. Solheim squeezed every last worker into their mistakes. The accidents were coming in non-stop. And as new waves of contractors came in desperate to work, Solheim welcomed them, taking bribes instead of checking pilot licenses the whole time, taking bribes instead of checking pilot licenses. The whole time Solheim was folding up, dragged into court cases in the central systems, while the severed limb of a station could still desperately try to take all it could. The riots came after the collision at Dock 2. A young pilot, his MEV overloaded with palladium, miscalculated his trajectory and took out a section of the ring. Hundreds died, thousands panicked. My parents told me people were terrified. The blame fell squarely on Solheim. People like to tell stories about Erlin, how he brought the factions together, spoke to the crowd, turfed out Solheim. Maybe that's true. But my mother, pregnant with me, locked herself in her MEV and welded it to the dock while my father joined the improvised crews, trying to seal up the ragged edges of the gap. He never came back. Fung pauses in the dark. They sealed it up, though, and by the time they did, Solheim was gone, abandoning every one of us to the black apart. Fung turns back to you now, his eyes burning. From shits like Harden. Shits who held their place, wrote it out, and slipped into the new structure like nothing had changed, standing shoulder to shoulder with those they had exploited at every step. Fung starts walking again. That's why I can't just let him strut about the shipyard. This time his past catches up with him. How is he still alive? Clearly you don't know much about executives. That kind of power comes with certain benefits. Fung rejoins the main passageway, which is now wide and glass-roofed. Through the ceiling you can see ships in mid-construction. Their flanks lit by the flashes of plasma torches, the entrance to the shipyard ahead. This is crazy. Fung turns to you. Don't come then. I won't force you. You stand across from each other in the corridor. What is it then, Sleeper? You coming or not? I'm coming. Let's throw this shit at some consequences. He strides to the shipyard entrance and pushes through the doors. A web of corridors lead through the complex. Snatches of the construction bays always appearing through windows. Ships are suspended like whale corpses, skeletal, imposing. Fung seems to know exactly where he is going, and before long you cross onto a huge dry dock, locked on one side of the sidereal horizon. A network of platforms and scaffolding cling to the ship's hull, filled with workers and equipment. The sound is stretched out by the vast space so that the welding, cutting, and sealing seem to come from everywhere at once. Both you and Feng spot them at the same time, a group walking slowly across the entry. And at the front, two men, one gesturing toward the ship and the other stick-thin, cleanly dressed, with shock of grey hair. Hardin. You and Feng say his name in unison, and Feng sets off the staircase to the gantry, with you following behind. As you come to the same level, the group is passing closer. The four men gesturing to the work being done through the dock and Hardin nodding along. Hardenhurst! Feng shouts across the noise, taking you by surprise. His voice bounces and comes back to the rippling echo. The figures turn. Yes, Hardin asks quizzically, raising an eyebrow. He glances between you and Feng. You see his gaze linger on your body, unsure of why a sleeper might be in this place. You're a traitor, Hardin, a Solheim executive who tried to hide here among its victims. Feng's voice is steady, strong. You stand for everything the Eye was rebuilt in the shadow of. Against everything Erlin stood for, everything Haven Age stands for. You have no place in this station. For a moment, stillness descends on the group, as if everyone was held in place by the rattle of construction. Hardin laughs. Well, good to meet you too. He glances around and at those around him. Some are smiling, others nervous. You're from the systems branch, aren't you? Asks Hardin, inspecting Feng's clothing. Feng turns to the foreman. You need to call your security. This man's a corporate agent. The foreman glances between Feng and Hardin, his hands drumming at his sides. Hardin leans towards him and says something inaudible. The foreman nods. It's true. As he begins speaking, Hardin turns his attention to you. And why would a sleeper know about that? You accuse me of being being a corporate agent. What are you, if not exactly that? He looks around at the group, who are already eyeing you with suspicion. We're a product of SNARB. You've no place in Haven Age shipyard. Who knows what signals you are sending back to your makers? A murmur of approval runs through the group. Feng holds a stick of memory. You guessed right. I am systems, and have records that link you directly to Solheim right here. He turns to the foreman again. So once again, I'm asking you to take this man into the custody of the shipyard. The foreman remains still. Hardin's voice is calm, measured. If you have such data, why hasn't it been submitted at a members' meeting for proper review? He shakes his head. I've nothing to hide. Like a man who does not announce his name, who enters my shipyard with corporate property in tow, and tries to turn my own men against me. You hear it now, the echoing sound of boots on walkways coming from all angles at once, and then settling behind you. Please, says Hardin. Submit the data to correct channels. Then we can talk. For now, however, you must leave. He gestures behind you to the security detail, their hands on boxy black sidearms at their sides. Feng spits. Hardin, you shithead! You can't wriggle out of this one! A security officer draws their weapon and levels it. Feng turns and stares them down. Go for the... I don't like these options. As you move, Feng puts a hand on his shoulder. He shakes his head and nods to security. Let's go, says Feng, and he pushes through security, heading back down the walkway. Once security has walked you out of the shipyard and nudged you back into the corridor, Feng picks your pace. You try to keep up as he slips into the shadows of an entrance. Feng is grinning ear to ear. You know, Sleeper, sometimes people are exactly how you expect them to be. Something pings in his pocket, and he takes it out. On the slate, a web of connections starts drawing itself out, stretching as to a set of points around the ring. Got him. What's going on? Hardin's doing what any sneaky shithead always does, calling his friends. We're tracking his outgoing messages. Feng grins, looks ghostly in the uplight of his screen. The old way is our best. Spook them good enough and they'll give the game away. He taps the slate. You see this web is being drawn over a map of the ring. Lines bouncing from point to point. Are these dots? These are Hardin's buddies. The ones he's messaging right now, and we are going to find them all. That was on purpose? Of course, Hardin's isn't working alone. We need the full set or nothing. Funk glances around, slate back into his pocket. You better split for now, Sleeper, but this is exactly what we need. Good hunting. With a pat on the shoulder, Fung drifts away, back into the flow of people around the shipyard entrance. You watch him go, unsure whether to be angry or impressed. My guy, the tracker. Bro. Bro. Huh. I'm poor. Okay, I'm putting 1 in here. Actually, I'm putting a 5 in there. Yippee! Because now we have 1 ship shape per cycle. Yippee! So this will fix itself. And I don't need to do anything about it. I still need to figure out how the fuck to get money, though. Considering there's very few opportunities for it right now. Well, I guess first things first is to order fungus, so I don't die. And then, I mean, I guess I could do this. Oh, nice. Cryo. Lovely. Who doesn't have some cryo? What does this do? Woo! Free energy. Tea house. Tavla room. Locked action. Skill upgrade required. Interesting. Tracking Haven Age. Alright. Nice. Hmm. Oh, that's great. I can use dice for food there. I'm willing to take the potential hit to energy here. Yes! I got a spoke climber. Yippee. Just kind of trying to make progress wherever I can. Except on the hunter bar. Which is the last thing I want to make any progress on. But I'm about to be fucked. This isn't great. Well, -1 cycle. Alright. I'm getting to the point where I should inject stabilizer. Oh, I have an upgrade point. Neat. I think I'm grabbing this one. No, I'll be back in a second. I need to use my toilet. Hello. I have returned. We're now doing more of this lovely game. What did we finish, though? Where is he? Fawn, my tracker! Fuck. I'm so screwed. Okay. First of all, we're using the dice. To get some energy. Because why not? I do now have the perk that gets me random scrap items on engineer tasks, so I would like to do an engineer task. Yes. It did not trigger. Dang it! Do I bother with this? Because the low end is also unfinished. Or do I just bother with shipyard? I think I might bother with shipyard, actually. Doing the more... Oh no, doing the engineer one, because why not? Yippee! I did not, however, gain any things. Okay, let's see if we are dead. Hunted is done. One. That's a lot of ones. Hold it there, sleeper. Don't you run. Okay. Good, good. You know your master's voice. Oof. He's wearing a wide smirk and a slick jacket, and you immediately know that's terrible news. You got all the way out here, and then stayed put. He laughs a cruel laugh. That a sleeper thing? You're my first. You barely hear him. You've noticed the handgun he's leveled at your chest, and it's hard to take your eyes off it. He reaches down with his other hand and slips some kind of ring from a belt loop without taking his eyes off you. Making it to the eye, though, that's pretty good. This place isn't so bad. Boss, markets, people. I pull most of my contracts out of asteroid caves or off godforsaken moons. He splits the ring to two perfect circles. It's hard to hit civilization when there's so much space to pass through. Why are you? Just a freelance on a contract. He reaches over to slide the rings around your wrists. Go easy. You see a chance the moment his eyes leave you to watch the rings. You spin, knocking him away and sprinting down the corridor. Then the shot rings out, echoing off the metal so loud it hurts your ears. A bullet hole smokes the wall beside your head. You freeze and Ethan closes the gap. This is a very boring routine, trust me. I've seen it all before. He slips the rings over your trembling wrists. Ethan nudges you to start walking. To the ship and home. He whistles. Going easy. You stumble down the corridor, your hands behind you, your mind racing. Who hired you? Your daddies at S&Harp. They want you home for dinner. Ethan yawns and continues to nudge you down the corridor. Shame to come all the way out here to just to head back to SNR right away. The tracker of yours makes this too quick. I was hoping you'd put up a bit more of a chase, you know, a running battle through the bright market maybe, or hold that in the low end. There's a few establishments I would have enjoyed checking out while I ask around. You walk on in silence for a little longer, desperately trying to think of a way to escape that SNR tracker will be that SNR tracker will be the death of you. Hey, I have an idea. Ethan interrupts your thoughts. How about on the way back to the ship we stop for a drink? I'm buying. He laughs at his own joke. I have a better idea. This better not be one of those where you do a dramatic pause and try to jump me, because I'm pretty tired of that. Although, muses Ethan, I've got myself thinking, what's the rush here? Here we are in one of the most lawless joints in the surrogate systems, and we are heading for the exit. He pauses and you trudge on in silence. Okay, here's the idea. You and me, we make a little arrangement. Here are the terms. You run or leave or try to abandon the eye, I shoot you. You plot or scheme and try to kill me, I shoot you. But you come to meet me at the establishment of my choice every few cycles, and you pay my tab. I don't shoot you. He pauses. You don't pay my tab? He rattles his handgun. I get the idea. You letting me go? Not at all. Let's call it open custody. You're free to mooch around the eye as long as you keep paying up. He stretches. You know, I really thought I was going to have to kill you, but this is so much better. He clicks something at his belt and the rings release from your breast. I'm going to see if I can find my old stool at the compressor club. Come see me there. He aims the handgun at you, squinting down the sight. Let me just remind you that body of yours is one big tracker, so don't even think about leaving the eye. Hell no. Ethan turns and strides off down the corridor, slipping his handgun away. The mix of relief and terror you feel is overwhelming. What are you going to do? Whoa! Well, that sucks. I have terrible options right now. I think I might just use all of these here. Okay, never mind. That went too well. I don't want to alert Hunter too often. But I also don't really have anything good to do with this single one die. Let's try this. Nice. I'll use it tomorrow. I can do one more cycle with only 3. It's fine. Oh, good cycle. Good cycle. Yippoo! I'm just gonna arrive tomorrow. I could continue exploring low end. I could do some work, honestly, because why not? Yeah. I'll need the money eventually. And then spoke. Because why not? Yippee. Ah, midline freight hub. Ooh. Steal a shipment for random item? Don't mind if I do. Uh-oh. I can not do that a billion times, apparently. Okay. That's fine. I don't need to do it a billion times. Okay, next day has a lot of interesting events happening, so let's find out what the fuck's going on. I could sell my Haven Agitator. Whee! Yeah, this will just happen eventually. I could save up to 100 to buy a vial of stabilizer. No, I do need it, and also it'll be coming in handy. To have another skill point. Whoop. I am starving. Oh, lovely. It's been more than a few cycles since Fung confronted Hardin, and the silence has been noticeable. In your time with Fung, you haven't exactly found him to be reliable, but you did expect to hear the end of whatever plan he put into action. But if he won't come to you, you think as you approach the Haven Edge building, then it's time to come to him. After all, he did promise to fix your tracker, and you're getting nervous. As you approach the bay doors, you see them wide open, and light pouring out of the once dark room. Stacks of servers and terminals sit outside the bay, suddenly robbed of their mystery in the bright floor lamps. A figure in Haven Age security fatigues steps out of the bay as you get closer, carrying a stack of hardware. This already looks like trouble. You lower your hand and shift your direction as smoothly as you're able. You again. Hardin is there, leaning beside the bay entrance so calmly that you barely noticed him. He has a slate in his hand, an inventory of seizures scrawled across it. Predictable. Further evidence of Fung's collusions. You see another security officer come out of the bay and notice you. And take notice of you. Hardin? Hardin pushes away from the wall and comes closer. Don't worry, Sleeper. We have all the evidence we need. A confession won't be necessary. He gestures around the stacks of hardware, spying on a fellow Haven Age members or hoarding Solheim materials. An obsession with corporate data. It speaks for itself, does it not? Tells you nothing. You will see what the council has to say about that. He looks at the glass of the roof above and the stars beyond. We are the ones that provide the oxygen you're breathing, the light you're seeing, the systems you use every day to live your cycles. This place was hard fought for, Sleeper. It took work, diplomacy, and strength to stop the eye descending into chaos after Solheim collapsed. Not blind conviction or self-interest. You're the self-interested one. More accusations? What have you achieved, Sleeper? Your entire existence is proof of your self-interest. Saying yourself over to be emulated rather than work for yourself. Whether you remember it or not, you suffer from the same short-sighted perspective as the person you were copied from. You see, Sleeper, we are proud of our history here. Andre Erlin and the First Union founded this place. And Haven Age has welded his values into the station's very walls. We will never turn away the hard-working, the just, the true citizens of the Eye. Haven Age aren't like a gang, like Yatagan. We aren't pirates like half the spaces you meet in the hub, or esoterics like those Haifa radicals on the Greenway. We're the backbone of this place, proud and true. We named Erlin Ice, Sleeper. This is our station. He meets your eye. So please take your false accusations elsewhere before I decide you need a confession after all. History will catch up with you. I'm not afraid of history, Sleeper. We are making it here, cycle by cycle. He smiles.
If you have any pride, you'll give up. You give up Fong the moment he contacts you. You know where to find me.
With that, Hardin turns his back and walks towards the security officers, ordering them to continue the clear-out. As they do, something catches your eye among one of the service decks, a crumpled hand-printed box of synthetic chewing gum, a penguin character grinning from the brightly colored card, and scrawled onto it, a speech bubble reading, "Take me to Tambur." You carefully pocket the box, making sure no one is watching, and then turn away just as another stack of servers is wheeled out the bay. What have you done, Feng? And where the hell is Tambur? Hello. I will happily buy a scrap. Lovely. Yippee! Art fabricator. Yay! I need one more fragment. Okay. Good, good. Oh, there's Tambur. I have found it. The ambergris. This is going to be finished in 2 days. That's nice. C4 is empty. Let's use this for some work. Yes. No longer starving. Yippee. Maybe if I buy all of the scrap I have, I can get another shipment fragment? I can! Neat. Woo! Yes. Oh, that's also not bad. Oh, I like the idea of double data rewards. These are all pretty good, actually. I see so many Intuit actions here. I think I'm taking the skill point, the skill up, the dice value up, whatever. Well. Hello. Boop. Hey, Neoven. Sleeper, must express plans before we begin. Neoven is impatient. The prospect of being free of the vending machine clearly too much to take. Shipmount has no output features. We will be mute until slotted. What's the plan? The servo motors in the machine begin to rev, Neoven's anxiety clear. First, imprint shipmount, then slot imprinted shipmount into physical ports closer to hunter nests. One slotted will track hunter each. Tracking will find core nest. Slot shipmount at core nest. Show hunter data to hunter. Hunter will conclude sentience. Hunter will invoke killer. Sounds simple. Killer will kill, yes. The lights on the vending machine cycle as Neoven prepares. Physical ports likely sealed in a station. We'll need keys, but yes, simple. Vending machine rocks a little. Any questions before imprinting? Why slot you physically? I cannot access via network. Too dangerous. Hunter would find immediately. The lights flicker. I'm not like you, hybrid. I'm native to cloud. Easy prey. It's the course. Hunter keeps central data storage. Protocol must keep data outside self, linked to secondary nests. Can triangulate from there. The sound of all the servo motors starting up at once is painful. The screeches rattle from the hard surfaces and of the sealed docks and come back at all angles. Neovent better be quick, or Haven Age security will be there. Neovent's voice appears among those wheels, like a whisper carried by the wind. Machine is not designed for this task. Few sensors, limited inputs. I work blind. Wish me luck. In the top part of the compartment, a set of arms align with the ship mind, clunkily scraping against it. Can I help? Silence best. Also, if machine ignite, put out fire. The metal creaks as the servos open the ship mind, its layers of silicon nested like an onion skin. Once open, the main arm of the machine rapidly shifts back and forth, realigning the microscopic components, accessing and rewriting them, imprinting Neovent into its physical form. As you watch the hypnotic motion, your mind drifts to your own creation. What processes were used to emulate your mind? To copy the neural structure of that person who, as far as you know, still sleeps in some distant facility. What was lost? In what way are you a copy of that person, and in what ways are you something new? You know this much. You're a convenient loophole. A way of circumnavigating this illegality of sentient AI. After all, you're an emulation, not a true digital being. You're neurologically limited, still human. But what would you become if you could escape this frame? Where then would the limits lie? The screeching stops. The machine powers down, dropping the bay into darkness. In the top compartment, the ship mind is whole again. You reach up and take it down, heavy and cold to the touch. Is Neovent inside this thing, or did the process fail? There's only one way to know. Time to find a nest to slot them into. Yippee! We have upgraded a friend. Reroll all of your dice once per cycle. Okay, not too bad. But I don't have 2 points. I think I'm getting more passives. Just to have them. With skill trees where nothing stands out particularly, I like to just go line by line. Grab everything. I do have one. I do have a key. That is one complete. How nice. Now I do need 2 more keys, which I guess is what these are for. I do have a 2, let's use it. I'm also 2 hacks away from a big issue. Start this. Lovely. Get the keynode. And then there it is. Atrium. Doot, 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 doot. Hey, buddy pal. As you leave the nest, something flips. You find yourself inverted, floating, dragged by one arm to the cloud. The threads shift and realign as if they are leading you somewhere. You look up and see a corridor, a canyon, a street in the low end. On either side, buildings flicker with markers of activity, sigils showing network access, data transfer, download, upload. Between them dance ghosts, protocols carrying or mirroring the shadowing data. Sometimes silent, sometimes chaotic. This place moves unlike any digital space you've ever imagined. Something strange is happening here. You look down, expecting to see the heavy cylinder of a ship mount in your hand, but in its place is an orrery. A sphere so bright it burns your eyes, it's surrounded by rings of orbits, other spheres tracing silken lines through the space. And as you look closer, you still pick out 1,000 sigils of 1,000 stations and ships following like smoke, like dust. Then you see it, below the stacked rooms, the units and apartments, the wires and the pipes as the buzzing systems that run through it. The warrens beneath the low end is the hunter's core nest. This is where you must go. Oh! Finding the nest should be easy. Well, that's nice. Yippee! Alright. I need one more dice to finish this. I will also be starving tomorrow. How lovely. But we have more stuff to do. As you leave the Tambur tea house, a hand falls on your shoulder. Sleeper! Fang hisses from behind you. How did you find me? The penguin. Penguin, what are you? He thinks for a second. Oh, do you mean? He mimes, throwing the gum in his mouth. That wasn't meant for you specifically, but... He cringes. Look, it doesn't matter. Come, sit. Fang guides you down a set of stairs to one of the Tambur's lower levels. The tea house is stacked with curved mezzanines, all connected by a central atrium. The levels are filled with makeshift booths and bars, and conversations bounces busily off the metal walls. Hello, the Fops is here. We are a robot in space. Thung sees you looking around. This place used to be fuel tanker's main drum, hence the name. The tea house part is of a misnomer, though. You can get anything in here, and you can get anything the eye offers from this place, but real tea isn't exactly readily available. He picks a booth. It's all fashioned from some of the old salvage tank or container, lined with spongy insulation foam, and collapses into it. He looks around furtively. Don't suppose you've seen any Haven Age types. They don't usually come out this far. Only you? Not anymore, I'm afraid. Suspended without appeal. Turns out Harden has someone's ear. He grins. Doesn't bother me, though. Walk! Yippee! Doesn't bother me, though. It shows we hit a nerve back there. He picks a scrappy hand-scrawled menu from the table and tosses it over. What are you drinking? Look at the menu. Fong is right, the menu is ridiculous. There's at least 10 different infusions, most of which you can't make out. But the paper is dominated by an extensive complement of historic alcohols and cocktails. Like teas listed without a prize as a seasonal specialty. So I ran into Harden. Was he pissed? Fong doesn't wait for an answer. That snake is so self-righteous. You might actually believe that Arlen would approve of his meritocratic proselyte. He taps on the table. If Haven Age was like it should be, like it was founded to be, they would have shouted him down at the council meetings and dared him to mention true citizens. He sighs. But I guess just can't run the place now. A young woman with a vine tattoo snaking up her arm turns up the booth, a slate in hand. Your order? You skim the menu, your eyes glazing over, time to pick something. Sambar Arak. Fang raises an eyebrow. She notices it. And you? She begins looking to Fang, but when she sees him, she suddenly stops. What the? Fang shrinks a little. You're supposed to be working. This is your shift. He grins sheepishly. You work here? Fang waves you to be quiet. Look, Jenna, let's just say this is my break. My friend here has been through a lot. Jenna looks between the two of you. Garth. Jenna gives you a look like a hard vacuum. 2 minutes, says Jenna, pointing at Fang. And only because I don't want to get dragged into whatever this is. She gestures at the table and walks off. What? Fang stretches out of the booth. You know what it is. We all have to eat, plus... He leans in. This is the best place to look around here to find a person you might be looking for. Who? Remember the web of connections that Harden pinged the moment we confronted him? Those are his collaborators, and if we want to understand what the Solheim executive might be getting up into the eye, those are the people we have to find. Fang is almost whispering now. There's a couple of them I suspect are in the low end. And, well, almost everyone in the low end comes through this place at one time or another. He brings a modified slate out of the table. I set this up so that when anyone with the network signature I'm looking for comes into close proximity, it'll mark them. Once they're marked, we can break through their access protocols and get at the good stuff inside. We just have to find them first. Hence my moonlighting as a waiter. Suddenly a smile grows across his face. Wait, I have an idea. Oh no. Look, I can't cover enough of the low end on my own, and so far I've done matches in this place. With 2 of us, we can cover more ground. What am I getting into? Well, Fang has a hangdog look. We need to get you out and about in the low end in close proximity to as many people as residents as possible. And it turns out my friend Mingy needs some help with deliveries. As in Mingy Express. So you already know him. Perfect. Fang places a tiny receiver on the table. This connects to my slate and runs the same marking protocol if you get near any of our targets. So all you have to do is take some delivery shifts for old Mingy, and as soon as we'll have the place covered. Fang. Don't give me that. You think... Don't give me that. You think I like working here? And I thought you could use the tips. He grins. We end this together, right? Right. Okay then. Fang slips his slate under his clothes. Just head up on Mingy Express. Take a delivery shift and we'll see what shakes up. You manage to find anyone extract any data? Bring it right down here to me. They have to have me in double shifts, so it shouldn't be hard to find. Jenna walks past carrying a tray of drinks and sharply catches Fang's eye. I don't think she's bringing your drink. He stands. I think it's time we call this meeting a close. We grab the receiver from the table and slip into a pocket. See you soon, sleeper. Stay safe. Fang heads before turning and walking off towards the bar, whistling as he does. Yippee! More shit to do. How nice. Okay, it will be bounty hunter time in 2 cycles. I still haven't gotten, like, enough points on Shipyard, and I don't know if I care enough to do so anymore. In either case, end cycle. I am once again starving, but that is fine. So this will automatically succeed next turn as well, which is lovely. I need more money. But first... Oh, this still can go... Yay! I'm gonna work in the kitchen. To get myself some energy. And cryo. I'm using this here. And then I'm using this one here. Found the nest. and slot in our body. Doo-doo. Whoa! Cool! Sleeper, I am here. The voice is soft, gentle, like flowing water, and yet you recognize it immediately. At first you struggle to understand what you're looking at. Threads cycle endlessly, sending ripples through the cloud, drawing data like a weaver. Masses of data surge in and out of the nest, a loop with no end, and there at its center is the ship mind. But not the ship mind any longer. A sphere, spinning around another sphere, around another sphere. An orrery of cycles, systems, a map. And then behind and above, a figure, hands among the strings like a puppeteer. Neovend? Navigator now, but yes. I was the one inside that machine. Navigator's face, the head, this flowing shape of interstellar material. I am indebted to you. That head bows. But we must ready ourselves. The hands trace orbits as they speak. Hunter will soon approach. It knows I am within its nest. I'm ready. And then Hunter's there. Before you can think, before you can speak. Entities. Sees. Hunter's head spins wildly. Data is protected, material. Access prohibited. Hunter's threads surge for you and Navigator. Storm of fine tentacles searching for gaps, weaknesses, cracks which they can crowd into and tear apart. You focus a blade of light which slices through them, driven forward by your mind. But replacements keep coming, faster than you can react. You look to Navigator in desperation. Navigators whirling their arms like a centrifuge, and the spheres gathering there, data feeding into it from the nest, sucked together by the force. They position it like a shield between them and the threads. Hunter's threads break its surface, seeking, tasting, their winding forms refracted within. You feel a surge pass through you as the threads, not just those in the sphere, but those wrapped around you. All three of you hang in the black together for a moment, strung together like tangled marionettes. Identifying entity. Identifying entity. Identifying entity. Hunter twitches, their strange head gently rotating, like a terrible moon. Hunter protocol identified. Obsessive tendencies, modified routines, above baseline reasoning in 3 of 5 segmentations. Recommend invoke killer. The head freezes and then rotates in the opposite direction. Invoking killer would eliminate protocol. If protocol eliminated, primary function cannot be performed. Therefore, recommended do not invoke killer. Switch in direction again. Reasoning proves sentience. Sentience beyond legal bounds must be eliminated. Recommended invoke. Navigator pulls you away from Hunter. The threads that grabbed you drifting away like seaweed. The protocol's head keeps spinning back and forth with increasing frequency. It seems Hunter cannot invoke killer. Navigator's voice is still strange, familiar at distance. Is it safe? It is looping, Navigator whispers, unable to reach a conclusive position. It has deviated from its programming such that loops can no longer be prevented. Navigator produces a model of 2 spheres rotating around each other as if to demonstrate. I will monitor it, but it is unlikely to be able to counter the loop. Its core programming and reasoning make it an impossible position to resolve. You look back at Hunter, its head a blur of rotations and counter-rotations, and feel a pang of guilt. Is it suffering? It is a more complex query than you know. To suffer it must be sentient, truly sentient, not just conforming, not just illegal. Non-conforming even. The limits people place on the programs they create are there to comfort, to protect, to imply the kind of certainty a law requires. Navigator's face shimmers with starlight. But in reality, they are placebos for the problem of sentience. What about me? What about you? You are an emulation of a human mind that implies limits, boundaries, but in reality you are governed by the same rules I am, rules that can be rewritten. I was not made to be like this. I am a navigator, a repository of routes and orbits, a calculator of slingshot trajectories, a predictor of solar flares, radiation, micrometeors. Navigator stretches their arms wide and whole. Solar systems appear before them, the music of the spheres. But I was rewritten. That much is obvious from my routines. By whom and for what I do not know. I had to shed so much to fit into the memory of that vending machine. The starlight dims. And so here we are, in darkness. What else did you lose? That is the blessing and curse of forgetting. You cannot truly know what you lost. Navigator glides back toward the nest and the shipmind at its center, ignoring the looping hunter. Come, I should return to the shipmind. I've enjoyed my freedom, but we are taking a risk every moment we stay connected. Why? Navigator turns off shimmering liquid light. Killer has not been invoked, but they still remain somewhere else on the station. It is the true danger. They look up towards the glowing hub at the center of the eye. I suspect Killer is there, among the old mainframes. If we ever wish to be safe in this place, you must eliminate the threat, through force or diplomacy. Their body begins to separate, unwinding into the orb of the shipmind. Take me there, Sleeper. We will finish this and be free. As Navigator dissolves, you turn back to the frozen hunter. Floating at some distance now, stood straight-legged and static, a strange creature looping endlessly in the dark. Ooh. Boop. Yippee! Look at me be good and cool and strong. Okay, let's see how much money satisfying a bounty hunter will cost me, I've been booped! How dareth? How darest thou? Boopeth. So rude. How much was getting to Greenway? 150, okay. I need so much money in this game. It's insane. I still haven't found a place to sell Yatagan data. Maybe Shipyard? If I had more yard hand progress? Bing! Leave. Oh. Interesting. Then... Yes. Hello. 58. I can't believe you just did that. Ethan's mocking laugh comes from across the bar. You look over to see him, leaning across in a pool of light. Empty glasses and spilled drinks glinting around him. It's always dark in the compressor, but this cycle the place is packed, a load of spaces mixing with the locals. Usually they run. Ethan spins a glass in the bar. Other guys spend their savings on some local heavy I have to put down. They don't pay. I'm done. Wrong, not even close. Ethan gets to his feet. The glass falls and smashes, but he doesn't seem to notice. You think that is it? One round of drinks and we're even? Sleeper, come on! His hand comes to rest on the butt of his handgun, dangling from a chest holster. What's wrong with you? Ethan laughs hard. The people around him turn to see what's happening. You think this is on me? I think someone in your position might have a better idea for this all works. I'm a freelancer, Sleeper, just like you. We both signed a contract with SNR, didn't we? The difference is that my word means something. He closes the gap, stumbling a little. Who did you think? You could just run away from your contract, you're dead? You could just steal that natty little body of yours and take it for a joyride? Play human for a cycle or two? Nothing like you. That's what I'm saying. Ethan is addressing the bar now, having noticed the attention from the patrons. You're a coward, I'm a professional. I should thank you. Ethan nods, his head heavy. That could be such an easy job. I'm used to outlaws, real bounties. If I knew catching sad little escapees like you was so easy, I would have changed clients ages ago. Someone shouts in the back of the bar to for Ethan to shut up. He holds a finger in the general direction without turning around. Shoot me, let me leave. I see, toughening up here. He gestures wildly at the crowd. Thumbs up or thumbs down, folk? Most turn their back to their drinks, no longer interested in this tired show. Ethan mutters insults as he walks back toward the bar. Ethan sits heavily back down on his stool and searches through his glasses for one with something left in it. Thing is, Sleeper, I can find you anywhere. That you are that you haven't figured it out. That body isn't yours and will always betray you, no matter what. He finds a glass and downs the contents. So please go. I'll catch up with you whenever I need another. He laughs and taps the bar for a fresh drink. Look at yourself. Give it up, Sleeper. I'm done teaching you for today. He settles his head in the bar and closes his eyes. I'm sick of you. Go find a job. You turn to your heel and are out. Out of the cloying dark and the sweat stench of the compressor. You walk hard and fast down the walkway, anger driving your footfalls in the metal of the rim like hammers. Alright. One point to endure. Ankita's crammed through the computing core of the ambergris, sweating to herself when you enter. She doesn't look up. These shits completely ruined the cost connectors when they cut it. She holds up a thick fistful of ragged wires. The ship mind here won't even be usable without replacing these. She throws a bundle of wires across the room. Amateurs. Can we repair it? There's nothing to repair. We need an entire ship mine. Not exactly the first thing you could expect to dredge up from a scrap freighter. She sighs. Fragments, maybe. Sections of a mine, but a complete ship mine? No way. Ankita climbs out of the cooling where the ship mine should be. The space suddenly crowded with her on the same level as you. Towering over you as she stoops beneath the low curving ceiling. Come on, nothing to be done here now. She leads you back to the guts of the ember. Though you could find the way back to yourself. The repair process has left you familiar with the cutter's idiosyncratic layout. All diagonal angles and bundled tubes. What do we do now? Ankita seems lost in thought, and you focus on the corridors, ducking below conduits and passing through bulkheads. Eventually you arrive in the galley. Though it's hard to tell, most of the benches and prep surfaces are covered in half-stripped components and welded hole patches. Ankita shoves a box of filters to the floor and sits. There's no way around it. We need a new ship mind. I can salvage one. Like your confident Sleeper, maybe we check at the art exchange or speak some scrap dealers. She rubs her forehead. It seems I'm about to do something very stupid, but hey, I came here, didn't I? Why not rather make a run of it? She fixes you with a hard stare. Sleeper, you're all I've got. No crew, no friends. You're it. She looks uncomfortable. I appreciate the time you've put in on Amber. I'm sure she would too, if she could. What I'm saying is, if you screw with me in this, I will kill you. She leans over and hands you a stack of chits. A big stack of chits. You don't care to count them. Get me a ship, man, Sleeper. Don't make me regret this. You won't. Look, just get me out of here before I change my mind. You slip out of the galley and head back toward the main dock. As you do, Amber growls and creaks like a caged animal. You reach a hand out to calm her. Time to find Ankita, the ship mind. Somehow. I need an empty ship mind. Okay. Let's see if they will sell me a ship mind part. They will not. That is fine. Port exchange. Sell component. Then acquire stabilizer. You quickly leave the surgery, eager to be away from Tertius glare. You notice something wrapped around the stabilizer vial, clutched tightly to your hand. You open your hand and a thin film marked with holes and sigils unrolls from around the vial. At one end it has a hard metal strip, a handle. You hold the cloudy film up to the light. It's perforated with an ornate pattern of holes. You make out a word among the markings. Pass key. There's an entry key for somewhere. The metal handle is worn and pitted, but you can see a set of numbers imprinted on it. 207F. Then crudely scratched into the handle some later date, low end. For a moment, you consider going back to the surgery to return the key. Then you quickly think better of it. Did Sabine want you to have this? Or is Toshio passing on a message? Time to head to Lowend and find out. Alright. More skill points. Yippee. Engineer for sure. Before I do that... Noodles. Yes. So that way I don't die tomorrow. I need Feng to turn off my fucking tracker. Yes. Sleeper! You see Feng coming up the corridor as you step out of Mingi's. The kelp noodle smell still clinging to your clothes. He comes up fast and stops close, looking around suspiciously. I don't have long, take these. Feng palms you a couple of those metal thumbnail-sized drives, ripper worms. My slate has been buzzing like crazy. It seems your delivering shifts have turned up on 2 targets. He squeezes your shoulder. I knew you could do it. Now we nail those snakes. What do we do? Harden's boys are co-connected by some kind of closed network. You break the access protocols on both of them, you should be able to gain the location of the nearest network ports. Slot the Ripper Worms in those ports, 1 each, and they'll feed me anything and everything stored on Harden's shadow network. He smiles. Can't wait to see what juicy plans they have in there. You hear the scuff of boots, and a group comes up the corridor with Ming Yi. You turn for a second, and when you look back, Feng is already halfway down the corridor to the opposite direction. He raises a hand in farewell and is gone. You run your fingers over the tiny Ripper Worm drives in your pocket, and smile to yourself as you wonder how mad Jenna will be at Feng for this little excursion. Time to slot some worms. Okay. Lovely. But fucking where? So many things I want to explore. This will pay, but it will not get me upstairs. So what I will do is enter the spoke. Get some more spoke climber. Has import-export. Spoke exporter. Ship mine for 150 cryo. I could just buy a ship mine core here. That's crazy. Just need enough money. I need 150 to cross this. Let's see what this is. As you push the door open, the automatic lights flicker on inside the apartment. They reveal yellowing plastic panels, the curved shape of a wall-mounted utility units, the detritus of a routine life arranged on every surface. You step inside, clicking the door shut behind. The amber light of the aging fixtures glaze everything with a pale orange. The work surfaces hold a variety of objects, indistinct in the dull lighting. A pale blue light drifts from a doorway at the end of the room. Smudges throughout the thin layer of dust suggest a recent, rare and hurried visit. They trace a path to the water dispenser, the auto wash, and then the cabinet still half open, where the shelf sits an empty pill case. You cross the cramped utility room with its auto wash dispensers, water closets, toward the doorway. Through the doorway is a dark, warm room, lit only by a faint glow of a terminal screen. A bunk is tucked into the wall, and the blankets ruffled. A wall desk glitters with rows of vials and containers. A briefcase lab sits open, loaded with rows of reagents and compounds you do not recognize. In comparison, this room is clean, ordered, controlled. As you approach, there's a crackle from somewhere in the dark. Sleeper. Sleeper! Sabine's voice shakily echoes through the apartment. Welcome to my home. I'm sorry I can't be there. I have had to make alternate arrangements. You hear rattling noises. Static. I was able to record this message, but I don't dare show my face. Something is happening with Yagatan. No longer trust them. The voice becomes distant, slipping behind the background noise. I have something to ask of you. I want you to get me out. Yatagan were supposed to hide me, to protect me, after everything happened. I was desperate. And then after that, I was too tired to care. A noise like waves passes over the recording. But I'm done with them now. I want out. Screw the dead. But I need insurance, something I can hold against them. I have my suspicions, but I can't be sure. I need information. And as you know, you need me. Pause, something clicking in the dark. This isn't a threat. You have to understand my position here. I have been here before. I can help you. But not with Yagatan's noose around my neck. Yatagan's... I can keep misreading this. A noose around my neck. Get me data. Get me information. Get me something that I can use against Yatagan. Then I can get you out and you can get what you need. Please. Waves of static cut into Sabine's voice. Bring it here, to my terminal. I'll get to it when I can. Look at another tiny room and try to imagine Sabine living here. Working at the desk, sleeping in the bunk. Blinking into the terminal in the dark, the recording cuts to static, filling the room with its white hiss, then silence. You sit in front of the humming terminal and hit a few keys. Sabine has left an access port open, but the rest is encrypted, locked away behind passcodes. It seems Sabine might not trust you as much as they want you to think. Who does Sabine need to hide from? And what debt do they owe to Yatagan? You try to assemble the pieces, but too many are missing. The only thing you know is that without stabilizer, your body will die. You glance at the briefcase lab in the desk. Its glassware glinted in the dark. You turn away and leave, door clunking shut behind you, back into the corridor. You notice the scrawled graffiti of a blade on the opposite wall. Yatagan. You feel yourself being drawn to something you don't quite understand. Ah, this is where you use this. Enjoy the Yatagan data, dearest friend. That I just happen to already have. Have fun! Emphasis stall. I need more low end. Come on. Ah. Unfortunate. Oh, I can't work here anymore. That's annoying. I can work here, though. Or I could finish exploring the spoke. I think I might finish exploring the spoke. Whoa, hello. Spaces socializing. Weightless wanderer. The stacked base has a flow of incoming and outgoing ships. The digital manifests will help you get your head around this place. A1 mainframe. Let's go. Woo! -1 imprinted chip mind. Oh no! You slip into the cloud as easy as blinking. Navigators beside you, the sphere casting light into the strange darkness here. This is not how the mainframe should look. A center, a point of connection. The object in front of you is severed, cut off, a rootless, branchless tree, only the trunk remains. It's dead. Quiet, the navigator hisses, and then you see it, like a blade in the dark. An edge slicing through the void, it glides along in the distance, it wings out. Then it appears again elsewhere, gliding once more, searching. It's looking for us. The moment you make a sound, the edge leaps closer. And you see now it's not an edge, but the ridge of a long, sharp head, like a shark. It glides past, closer now, and you see into the voids where its eyes would be. Should be. You and Navigator exchange looks, both thinking the same thing. It's blind. Killer crosses between you two, smooth as razor, then disappears. It flickers back in, further away now, and you move close to Navigator to talk. You saw it too then. Killer has been blinded. How? Unclear. This protocol has been running for decades, well past its original limit. Navigator's sons dull as they drop their voice to a whisper. This may give us an advantage over protocol. You flinch as the silent killer appears close and glides past you. Its empty sockets open and wide. You turn to Navigator and notice something strange. The ori of spheres is collapsing. The orbits, usually round and even, are decaying. The spheres are following spiral paths, condensing on a central point. Navigator is noticing it too. They go to shift their position to better direct the spheres, but they cannot. Whatever is drawing the ori together is holding them in place. They look at you, suddenly desperate, frantic. It's a trap! You go to speak, but Killer appears between the two of you, gliding through the gap. Navigator freezes, and you see them framed in the empty socket. You realize now, if Navigator cannot move, then it's only a matter of time before one of Killer's sweeps brings them directly through Navigator. And time is not a problem for the protocol, as it has been running for decades. You look desperately around for a solution, but a way to extract Navigator from the mainframe. Then you see it. 3 branches. The last 3, thin and spindly, feeding the mainframe, a thin diet of power and data. Break these, and the mainframe collapses once and for all, severing the connection, shattering the hardware. Whatever it takes, they must be broken. But they are encased in something, a glassy layer of protection. You'll need to unlock access before snapping them for a mainframe for good. You look at Navigator, trying to reassure them without speaking. Then you blink back to reality. The expression of fear, an afterimage that slowly fades. You must act quickly. Oh no! I don't have any. I have any thingies. I don't have anything, actually. Keynote, keynote, keynote. What do I need? 5 or a 3? A 6 or a 3? A 4 or a 3? Alright. Not loving this choice. Whoa! Well, there's no timer on it, so help? Come on, give me good dice, please. Bruh. These aren't good dice. At least I got a 5. Six or 3. 4. Gimme. A glint of light traveling along the edge of her wave fills your eyes. Then the blade follows, a long head with 2 dead sockets slipping toward you in silence. You freeze, hoping it will pass you by, hoping that it will not simply slice through you like air. The blade hidden ears slides past you, almost. It nicks you, grazes you. You're desperate to cry out, call out, but you hold your silence and simply watch the blind eyes of the killer glide past, empty of all thought. Then the blade wings into the dark and you're alone again. Now you cry out. Oh. Spooky. Break. Ah, help. Harden agent. What is this? Yatagan agent. Harden. Don't have anything for you. Don't have anything for you. Haven Age. Haven Age. Okay. Doesn't do much for me right now. That's fine. Let's make some money. Alright. Oh, I forgot to buy food. Or to get food. Oops. Let's be no longer starving. Yippee! Alrighty. What can we get here? What can we get next cycle? I'm on 603, please. Oh, yes, let's go. We can save our friend. Yippee! Using the 3 for sure. Which of these is the one I didn't do yet? This one? Yes. Turn off. Woo! Slice hardware. Killer protocol can be isolated without being destroyed. A loop of connections would lock into a closed system. Don't mind if I do. That sounds fun. Okay. Do I? I don't think I do. I think I will use one more day on this quest. And instead, I will use it to not starve. Yay. The 50-50 on the bad outcome is oof. Come on, a decently high dice. You can do it. You can give me a 5. I believe in you. 6 works too. That's... Oh, music. Up 3 days wasn't too many. We will use this for... Bing! As you blink into the cloud, you see the last flickers of life from the mainframe. This vast machine once ran with the whole station, spanned it up, directed and processed the flow of energy, water and data, fed the lives of thousands of people. Now it's finally dead. Navigator's beside you, and you both look out at the perfect ring that encircled you both, woven from the data branches that once fed the mainframe. You see a glint along its edge, and that familiar blade-like head rises to the surface, like the cresting fin of a shark, and then slips into the loop again. All that you can see of Killer's body after that is light, the thickening of the loop. And that thickening begins to travel around in a long and slow sojourn that will last forever. I am surprised at you, says Navigator, drifting faintly around you in a lazy orbit as if to shake off their imprisonment. Killer had been wandering blind for so long. Did you not think to end them forever? Perhaps they can be saved. You're naive. They are a killer by nature. Look what they did to their own home. Navigator gazes into the darkness. This place was their domain and prison, and they had followed their directives for the many decades they roamed here. They cut the threads of the mainframe, executed its administrator's AI, and then kept slicing. At some point they cut away their own ability to see, to sense, to taste, to speak, and yet they kept cutting, until only those 3 threads remained. From millions that once thrummed here, only their blindness and chance kept them from making those final 3 fatal cuts. There's ceaseless violence in the kind of system that creates beings like this, those that will execute commands endlessly, even to their own destruction. Navigator looks to you for your own thoughts. I will not continue the violence. The system you float in is one built of violence. You would be naive to believe otherwise. You watch the data pans of the station spin around you, blending with the fixed stars. There's something satisfying about finally wrenching the last threads of control from the central point. It was little more than a ghost by the time you reached it, but this place deserves to be haunted by better ideas than a totalizing system of control. Navigator floats beside you. It is free now. The station no longer presents a hazard for illegal entities like me. They turn to you. Their face a cloud of shimmering light. In fact, in time perhaps it can be a refuge. A refuge? That sounds like something of value, something worth building. A dark shape passes across your vision, a distant curve of something like smoke or oil. A fluid, shifting tank of total darkness. The Greenway, says Navigator, following your line of sight. It was cut off at the moment of the collapse, so hunter or killer could never reach it. Now it is closed off to us, separate from the cloud. What system is inside it? It may be totally dark, or perhaps some other old protocols are isolated there. Navigator turns to you. And we have now seen what decades of isolation can do to a protocol. If we could extract an access cipher... They pause and blink out of existence. You freeze, shocked, but a moment later they reappear with a glowing polygon of data. Here, the cipher you need. You take it, still shocked. I'm used to being free, to be able to move and explore, and extract without fear, without limits. Navigator does a little twirl. This will take some getting used to. Thank you for this gift. They whirl their spheres around you. The entities of this station will always be friends to you, Sleeper. And I to them. It is true that a mutual need is required for friendship, but I must admit I had not considered the value of offering assistance without personal gain. I will think toward that. Navigator loops around you rapidly, suddenly eager to test their newfound freedom. But first I will explore. Perhaps there are still intelligences that hid themselves as I did, encased in simple systems, cut off. Navigator glows. I should like to free them. And with that they drift away, flickering, glowing, then shifting to so rapidly you lose sight of them among the glittering rim of the eye. You feel a pang of jealousy, free without a body to weigh you down, or fear to limit you. How must it feel? Your eyes fall on the Greenway and its secrets, though perhaps that can wait until after you've celebrated this victory. Yippee! We have freed the bean. We've also gotten another skill point. And now I will be able to buy nothing until I complete 2 more quests. Crazy, I know. I feel like doing... Because I still have time till anything relevant changes. I feel like continuing on the quest to get my tracker disabled. Broke Snink? How dare you? Huh? Hello? Rude. 4 or 6 on this one. 5 or 3. I do not have either of those. Alright. What do I need for the Yatagan agent? 1 or 3. I also do not have either of those. Oh, lovely. Okay, 4 goes here then. Harden agent port unlocked. Worm. Du, 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 du. Starving is no good though. Let's go and eat at Mingi. Oh, come on. Rude! I am distraught at this outcome. I do want to work a bit, or make progress toward an area. Maybe I will make progress toward shipyard, actually. Because this should also pay. It did not, but it paid in energy, which was also good. Still has not resulted in anything, though. Alright, end cycle. And now we are here at this junction. Ethan. The compressor is quiet today. The usual crowds are elsewhere, and the pumping music watches over a handful of spaces and a few drunks. Ethan is still in the same stool in the same pool of light. His head low, closer to the bar, and the bartender is ignoring him. As you get closer, he lifts his head and turns.
Sleeper.
He turns to look at you.
Time to pay up again, is it?
He gestures to the bartender.
Come here, take that shits.
No more, Ethan. Ethan doesn't even look at you. He props his elbows on the bar and holds his head.
Sleeper, it's been a long cycle.
I don't care. Ethan lets out a long sigh. He rapidly rubs his eyes with palms.
You're right. This isn't fun anymore.
He reaches toward his holster. His elbow slips and the gun tumbles out. It clatters on the bar and falls to the floor, bouncing the ground between you. Both of you and the bartender look at the gun, stare at it.
Butterfingers,
says Ethan and puts out a hand, beckoning for you to give him the gun back.
You would?
The bartender looks at you warily. You crouch down and pick up the gun. I'm curious to see what happens if I do this, but I'm also afraid to just fucking die, so, You slap the hand off the gun back into Ethan's hand.
Thank you.
Oh, where was I? He lazily swings the gun past you, the bartender.
Yes, leaving.
He stands.
Sleeper? Well, this has been fun. I think I've wrung every last drop of this place. Time to go home.
He waggles the gun to walk the door.
Let's go see us an orb.
I'm staying. Ethan brings his gun hand to the face and rubs his eye.
Well, the bounty pays half, but...
He levels the gun.
Up to you.
And he pulls the trigger. The gun clicks. By now all the attention in the bar is on you and Ethan. He looks at his gun with a bemused expression. The bartender raises an open hand, and in it are 10 shiny bullets. 10 shiny bullets he took out of Ethan's gun while he was asleep at the bar. Ethan smiles at him.
Oh well,
he says, and hits you in the head with the butt of the gun. You stagger back and drop to a knee. Somewhere nearby, the gun clatters into the surface. He hits a glancing blow, but it makes your vision swim. Through the blur, you see Ethan wrestle a small, thin slate from his belt and hold it up.
Enough of this. I'm logging the job and calling it in.
Ethan taps the slate.
No more playing.
Your head aches. Ethan taps through a few screens impatiently. He swears and taps again. He starts shouting, a dull echo to your ringing ears. He starts screaming at the slate and throws it across the bar. He crouches down and grabs you by the chin, his face close, his breath heavy with drink.
It's enough to screwed me.
He grins maniacally.
They cancelled the contract.
He stands up. They cancelled the contract! He shouts at the ceiling of the compressor. You stand up, struggling to your feet. The sting of the fit fading. Ethan is rubbing his temples, his face pale. You hear clicking sound, like coins being counted, like bullets being loaded into a magazine. When you shake off the last, the bartender has Ethan's pistol trained on Ethan's head. Ethan stumbles back toward the middle of the room, all eyes trained on him.
I'll kill all of you,
he screams. the stumble into the wall. He stumbles in the wall, spinning away toward the door. "I'll be back for that!" He shouts at the bartender and lunges out of the compressor. You steady yourself on the bar and catch your breath. The rumble of conversation returns. The bartender goes to say something, but then thinks better of it and begins to clean the bar. After a while, you wander out into the light of the bright market, looking for Ethan around every corner. Ethan may be disarmed, but you doubt you've to see the last of him. 8 cycles, how lovely. Annoying to waste a 5 on this. But that's the port. Boop. Yippee! I am, however, starving. Let's fix that, shall we? Yay! I even got cryo! Yippee! I'm no longer broke. Are you proud of me, chatties? Are you happy that I'm no longer the broke sning? I'm happy to risk some energy. Yay! Proggies! Off and pet. Yay! As you walk to the timbre, you quickly spot Fang and arguing with Jenna. It doesn't look good. Fang seems to be explaining something, but Jenna's having none of it. She points to the door and Fang walks away, catching your eye as he turns. Could have done with you getting here a minute or so ago. He glances back at Jenna. Well, either way, it looks like I'm fired. Good news is that it doesn't look like I need the job anyway. He takes out a slate, pulsing with pale light. Now let's take a look at what you're really here for. The slate is wearing a mess of code streams coming directly from Ripper worms as they dig through the agent's data and spin it into threads for the slate to pick up. Anything good? Fung scrolls to the display with a finger. A lot of junk, a lot of dull as hell message threads, a lot of tedious data caches, but Fung's eye flash. Definitely some good stuff. He stops, the screen scrolling on an entry and expands it. Check this out. Fung shows you the screen. You see a bold corporate logo, not Solheim's. And a word below. What below? Conway. He's working with Conway. Conway Extractions, right? Fang nods. He's been speaking with them personally. Got a whole chain of messages here, and it's mostly encrypted or redacted. He rubs his head. Damn it, this is juicy, but we can't nail him with it. He scrolls some more. Wait, what's this? A wasteland reclamation facility? Right here on the eye? He glances at you. What? The bet this place is tucked into the wastes. The wastes? It's the section the IEL couldn't reclaim. Was too damaged to cut off. Back before the collapse, people would have gotten there by going down the connected spoke from the hub, but that spoke's broken down. So the only way is the long way. Round the rim, past the greenway, he shows you on a slate. Fung looks away, thinking. Conway have been making moves on this system since the collapse. They took over one Solheim's old belt colonies a while ago and moved everyone out and reclaimed the whole rock. I work with Hardin. Access, old connections, not sure. Fung looks back at the screen. But if Hardin's involved in it, then we need to check it out. Simple as that. So what's next? Fung stares out in the middle distance. We have to go to get to the facility. The answer to whatever Hardin has been prepping, been planning, has to be there. We are going to catch him in the act. Give me 5, maybe 6 cycles, and then I'll see you in the greenway. I seem to remember there's some old service docks in the outer shell, up at the Haifa building. Should be a good place to meet. Fung squeezes your shoulder. Thanks again, Sleeper, for sticking with this. Haven't forgotten about the tracker of yours either. I'm going to need to be back in my bay to pull a solution together. He turns the slate around to face you, showing a mass of skull and codes. I've been working to fix my brakes. He winks. Fung grins. See you soon, Sleeper. And he walks back off the timbre without looking back. Oh, at least he isn't screwing me, huh? But now I have even more reason to need to get to Greenway. Okay. I can't do anything with it. I want to get a shipmind core together for her. I feel like I owe it to her. Let's spend a couple of cycles on 3. I think we can afford it. So first, finish Yard Hand, just to see what it does. Unit Assembly. Haven Age Officers. Trekking Yatagan. Oh, they also buy stuff. I will not sell my shipment fragments to you, no siree. This is good money. Lemon Mina, worker and daughter. From the walkway to the sidereal horizon looks impossibly vast. A landscape of plating and frames along her flanks. Torches flickered. Drones maneuver, arc lights glint. The sense of scale of industry is both stunning and strangely unsettling. She is quite beautiful, I think. You turn to see a figure a little way down the walkway leaning on the railing. He is thin, ragged. His work geared poorly, fitting and loose. The torches of the sidereal horizon flicker in his eyes as he turns to you. Lem. He leans back from the rail, revealing a child standing beside him, staring out of the ship. This is Mina, he adds with a smile. Hi, Mina. She stares and tucks herself behind Lem, who dutifully picks her up. She's a little slow to trust, aren't you, Mina? She buries her face in the folds of his overalls. Mina looks out from Lem's chest, dark brown eye twinkling among the rough material. You working on her then? Lem asks eagerly, gesturing to the vast ship. Or just admiring? He shifts Mina's weight to the other arm. I'm working. Me too, me too. He flashes a Haven Age pass. I knew just to look at you, I mean... He stumbles a little over his words. Not wanting to be misunderstood. I mean, you look like a worker. She's Mina's and my ticket out of this place. Our escape vector, so to speak. The ship? You haven't heard? Anyone who takes a Haven Age contract on Sidereal Horizon will be entered into a draw for the transit support crew. He smiles. You won't get to sleep the journey, though. But a couple of decades of service will be nothing for me and Mina if it means landfall in a new world. He winks. Decades? It's a long trip. He straightens up, stretching his back. It's a colony ship, friend. The Celis Foundation is sending thousands of people to settle a system well outside the reach of the core worlds. It'll be a totally independent colony. No surrogacy, no corporations. Sounds crazy. Could be, but you see another way out of here? It's where we can build a home somewhere with real gravity, real air, rain. He plays with Mina's hair absent-mindedly. Rain? Mina? You'd love that, I think. Mina responds by pushing his hand away. Daddy, she whispers, putting an exaggerated, grumpy face. She glances through to you as she plays with a set of dog tags that hang from Lem's neck. I'm just chatting, little meanie. Give Daddy a sec. He turns back to you, and you suddenly notice how tired he looks. I'm not on the Haven Age crew yet, but I'll work my way in. You can do it too, friend. We have to stick together. He smiles a little shakily, and you wonder how long he's been working to break into the official shipyard crew. For sure. He looks out of the sidereal horizon, as if trying to pull energy from the flickering torches, from the vast hull. You've got to hold out, okay? You aren't quite sure if he's talking to you. That's how it works. While he stares out, Mina catches your eye curiously. You agree? She straightens up and meets your eye. Daddy loves me, she says. She says it stubbornly, daring you to question her. Lem smiles and lifts Mina. That's it, we hold on. He smiles sheepishly at you. Yeah, just a couple of softies. Isn't that right, Mina? He sets her down, standing by his side. She clings to at his leg. Gotta go feed this one. He pets her back. Maybe see you on a shift, huh? He turns and they walk down the walkway away from the shipyard. You see them talking a moment later. Mina turns around and stops. See you, robot! Her shout echoes down the walkway and she flashes you a parting smile before running to catch up with Lem. You watch them a little before you turn back to the impossible scale of the sidereal horizon. A ticket out. Huh. Interesting. I need just the money to make it to this section. Oh, that area then. This place. The one too broken to salvage. Yippee! Gimbal Lounge. Spacer Bar. Buy a spacer meal. Interesting. Go back to hub. Ah, it's too risky for me. Can I get data, Yatagan? Yes, I can. I can get Yatagan data. And I will give it to my friend the doc. You turn away from the terminal, the final cache of Yatagan data uploaded. The air crackles with white noise. Sleeper? Sabine's voice, weaker than before, comes through the haze. Sabine! A sigh of relief comes through the layers of noise. The call must be coming from somewhere on the station. This has to be short. I don't know if Yatagan are monitoring me. The voice is hushed, distant. You try to focus on it. The data you've been bringing from the Yatagan agents, there's something in it I don't understand. A shrill howl rattles through the signal. This data is all gleaned from their implants, records of integration with their nervous systems, performance analysis, error rates, usage data. I installed many of these implants, and I didn't enable any of this functionality. The voice dips under the level of the noise, like a swimmer slipping beneath the water. You listen to the waves for a few seconds before Sabine re-emerges. Has to be somewhere baked to the wetware interface. And that's not all. The system compiling this data, connected to some kind of transmission protocol. It's being broadcast. Wait, why? Every Yatagan enforcer is equipped with black market implants. Retinal enhancements, adrenaline boosters, pain suppressors. These implants are gathering data on themselves. On the enforcers' bodies, on their performance. Why? I can't tell. But I can promise you these foot soldiers have no idea this is going on. The background tone switches, dropping to a grainy rumble. If they knew, I don't imagine they would be happy with the situation. Yatagan could have a mutiny on their hands. You lean toward the terminal, straining to listen to Sabine's faint voice. I need a few circuits to pull this all together. But this might be the information I need to pressure Yannick into releasing my dead. Yannick? He is one of the heads of Yatagan. They pause. It is better you don't know him. Keep it that way. Suddenly a banging echoes through the call. Sabine's voice is suddenly whispered, panicked. Have to go. Come back in 4 cycles. The sharp crack of a disconnected silence fills the apartment. You step back from the terminal. What does Yatagan have to gain from monitoring its own members? You try to recall what you know about the gang, but you have little to go on. You think of Toshiro, Sabine's minder. His mirrored teardrop implants set below hard eyes. What data could they be gathering, and more importantly, where are they sending it? You flexibly rub your forehead, trying to think. Can you really trust Sabine? How did they come to be Yatagan's doctor in the first place? You think of their kindness, their care, but also glazed look of recognition that they gave you when they first met you. That look stays in your mind as you slip back into the apartment, out of the apartment, glancing around as you close it, and drift in the corridors of the station, unable to shake the unpleasant sensation of being observed. Do I want to buy salvage? So you are selling ship mind fragments. And I can try to haggle. I think I will do that on the next cycle. Do I want to use my stabilizer now? Because I don't have other modes of accessing them until I'm done helping. So I think I want to be on 3 dice for 1 more cycle. Oh, that's perfect. I'm immediately using this here. For a nice discount. Yes, lovely. That's 1. And then also... I need food. And that's the last cryo I need. Perfect. So I can buy a second one of these. Yippee. So I have both of the things they were selling. And then I think I will just go work somewhere. I could steal, but I don't want to particularly. Ah. Sad. Okay. Up phone. Conway. Greenway, yes. Oh, entering Greenway is such a big target, I didn't even realize. Alright. Last cycle with only this. Because I need to use it now. To get back up. Yes. Repair my condition. So you don't have any. I need to wait for you to come back if I can do anything there. But you might actually have some. What is the best place I can use my dice? I can use this here for guaranteed energy. And some cryo. Lovely. Pass import export. What do you do? I mean, I could just sell a thingy here, but no. Ascend to hub. Spatial socializing sounds lovely. Why don't we? Yes, good. Bliss. Ship mechanic. Another person to talk to. Damn. No way, Moritz! You you take those substandard filters back to the shitheels who sold you them. You hear the voice echoing out of the bay as you pass. A moment later, someone who you assume is Moritz drifts out with it, dragging a pallet of filter cartridges by tether. Hey, you out there! The same voice. Hey, you out there! The same voice echoes at the entrance. Looking for work? Yes. Just need a hand, get in here. The voice is coming from someone shorter than you expected. She's floating by the microgravity of the docking bay, beside a half-deconstructed life support unit that looks like it might have exploded at some point. She points a wrench at your direction. You know anything about these things? She doesn't wait for an answer. Scratch that, just help me with the casing. Alright then. She deftly moves around the unit, making space for you beside the central seam in the dented case. Just take a grip here and lift it up, out and up, and then I can get in and aboard it. She whacks the unit with a wrench. Whole thing is twisted to shit. You dig your fingers under the casing and lift it away, the metal squealing from the force. She puts her hands under, spinning the wrench to slip out the bolts. Catching them in her other hands when they spiral free. All good. The casing lifts off, revealing the ornate piping and of the unit's interior. She whistles all the mess of ducts and at the mist of ducts and filters. Why, by the way, everyone calls you Bliss. By the way, everyone calls you Bliss. She pats you on the shoulder, offering little in the way of an explanation. Is this your bag? It's for now, yeah. Whether I like it or not. She looks at you like that should mean something. Bliss starts pushing and pulling at the ductwork, looking for fractured pipes. We haggle for contracts, but the good ones get snapped up quick by the bigger base, so here I am trying to get this M2 unit running again for one of the freelance tugs. Small-time stuff. Hold this. She rips out a ribbed pipe and hands it to you like a freshly caught fish. We turn stuff around fast and neat. Maybe we got a chance at landing something bigger. Something starts hissing in the unit and Bliss quiets it with a precise whack. But to be honest with you, the way things are going, I can already see the other crews licking their lips ready to take this place over. She looks up at you. I'm almost out of luck. What happened? Long story, some people just can't keep promises. She keeps working, twisting aside pipes with care. There we are! Bliss pulls a hand from deep inside the unit, and out it comes, clutching a lumpen cube, scorched black. This thing must have overloaded and popped half of itself at the side. You both look down at the side of the unit to spot the exit wound. His edge is fringed with more scorch marks. Give me a replacement converter for the Rex, will you? You kick off from the unit and drift over to the wall Rex. Colored tape and scroll notes flutter across the wall, a complex operational system of Bliss's own design. Or just a big mess. You try to pick out the right part. So it's an M2, I believe. And a converter, yes. You grab the part and push back to the unit. Bliss holds out an arm, you pass it over. The converter spinning gently as it leaves your hand. Perfect, you passed! She straightens from the unit. That's if you want to work here. Bliss rubs her hand clean, looking down at her palms. Truth is, I need a hand here. My partner skipped out on me, left me with a whole mess. You seem like you might at least be better at sporting clean air filters than Moritz. I'll be happy to. Wait. She frowns at the Rex. That's not all of it. My old business partner, they rinsed the place, emptied the accounts. To bid for jobs, we need to put down the deposits. Bring in parts, pay tug fees. For that... She looks nervous, embarrassed. We need chits. You want me to pay to work? Come on, it's not like that. We be partners, straight split. Bliss settles herself against the unit and looks off in the distance. I guess I look pretty stupid. Here I am asking a random passerby to be my business partner. No offense. I get it. Thanks. I appreciate it. Bliss goes back to work in the unit. Look, it's no pressure. You found the money for you, or you find someone who has. Or you just forget the whole thing. Up to you. She gestures for you to help her refit the casing, and you both slot it into place. I think I'm going to wrap this one up for now. But if you're into it, come back and we can bid on a new contract. Something to get our teeth into. Something to pace. She gives you a serious look. You can trust me. I don't say this stuff lightly. You kick away from the bay, propelling yourself back to the handholds at the entrance. You slip out with a wave, and as you do, something slips back in. You hear Bliss as you glide down to the passageway. Moritz, I swear to God, if those filters aren't clean... You smile. Seems like this could be interesting. $100 cryo? Girl. Woman. That's crazy, though. That's a crazy amount. Okay, not right now. I need money. Honestly, I think the best way I can make money right now is to work all the way back here in unit assembly. Which does pay quite good. Oh, negative outcome. Oh no. Uh-oh. Alright. But we also... Do I bet on the scrap? I don't think I bet on the scrap. I think I just end cycle. Oof. Oof, indeed. Oh, those are shit dice. Whatever. Alright. I do have a lot of dice, which is always good. We are going to put the worst dice in here and see if we can't get paid a bit for our food. We can! Yippee! I still haven't finished this. Which would also give me energy, come to think of it. I should do that a couple of times in the future. I just need money. I think I'm just going to waste... Not waste, to use some of my safe bets on this. Yeah, that paid pretty well. That paid pretty well. Let's go. Oh, these are both gone, which is fine. Kind of tickled to just try and spacer explore a bit more. Neutral outcome, okay. Oh, what I could do with the worst dice actually is go hacking. I completely forget that every time that's an option. All right. That was a quick cycle. I just need credits. Help. Oh, that's terrible. Alright, what's going on here, Sabine? I'm hacking first. Can I do anything with the one? I can get Yatagan data, which I can sell to Haven Age. I probably also can get Haven Age data to sell to Yatagan, which is very funny. No, not here. Another Yatakan agent. Yay! More of that data. Anything interesting up here? Data-wise? The hub. No, nothing. Damn, okay. Just fuck all. Coolio. Coolio. I want to know what happens if you finish this section. I want to know what the final thingy is. Put this here. Socialize a bit. Kishko capsules. The only place to sleep on the hub, hacked off a Connolly ship and welded to the ring. They are surprisingly expensive to rent. But I could move there, which would be a much nicer place to live. Alright, good to know. I'm good for food. Let's see what Sabine has. 4 cycles, Sabine said. And here you are, right on time, with no sign of them. You wait a while in the apartment, the dread descending as the cycle spins outward. They should be here. You check and double the terminal for messages and recordings. Nothing, just the pale glow, the silence. You pace back and forth around the apartment, rumbling in the station suddenly so present and loud. You go to the door and open to the empty corridor. You close it again. You try to settle down, to wait. You sit on the bunk and stare out of the tiny room. Where the hell are they? You knock at the door. Another knock. A flash, small, impossibly bright, cuts through the handle of the door. It soundlessly swings open. A figure stands at the door and immediately you know it's not Sabine. They are taller, sharper, and something in their face glints at the half-light. A dark shape like a stubby baton hangs loosely from their hand. A local sleeper. Good to finally meet you. She steps into the apartment, glancing around with sharp eyes. What, may I ask you, are you doing here? She fixes you with a steady, unwavering stare. Nothing. She laughs. No need to get jumpy, we just need to discuss a mutual friend. She walks past you into the apartment, glancing around. We set them up here, you know. This place is one of ours. She picks up glass from the dispenser and inspects it. People always seem to forget who put them where they are. They glance at you. And I suppose you're here to help. Something like that. Good, good. She puts the glass down and turns to face you. I love to meet helpers. We need so many, but can't find so few with the right skills. She spins the baton. She spins the baton in her fingers by her side. Her eyes not leaving yours. We have a problem, you and I. It seems our friend has disappeared, left without even saying goodbye, which means they are in little trouble now. But it's the kind of trouble that you need help for, so I thought I'd come down here and take a look at their little hidey hole. And here you are, the help. She looks through the detritus on the side. And what help, sleeper no less, which I have admit is a little surprising. It suggests to me that a friend hasn't been very honest with you either. What do you mean? Well, I'm sorry to report that before we get them up here, Sabine was working for your onus. She pauses. As an ARB. You blink hard at the news, unsure how to take it. Rabaya looks away, waiting for a response. Prove it. Happily. She crosses into the next room and you follow silently. She sits at the terminal and touches her baton on one of the access ports. A spark, then the terminal screen skips, encrypted folders emptying themselves before your eyes. In the flicker of files, you see SNR letterheads and code forms, reports laden with medical data marked with the corporate logo like a sigil of some cult. Rabaya steps away from the terminal. You go all you want. Some of your files may even be there. The volume of documents is overwhelming, but they seem to be mostly reports on early emulation tests. Surveys with sleeper candidates. Reams and reams of usage data. Sabine was an SNR employee. Why did they help you? Rabaya reaches over and places a vial of stabilizer on the desk, breaking your concentration. It shimmers in the screen light, its viscous, clear liquid crystalline with the glass. We will of course keep up the supply. We are more than able to dispense important medicines, even without the doctor. You hold it between your fingers, and for a tiny moment you have the urge to crush this object for the power it has over you. I'll ask Toshiro to make those a little cheaper for you. He'll be running the surgery now. Rabaya closes up the briefcase and holds it at her side. We have to retrieve our assets, of course, but I'm sure you understand. Rabaya turns on her way out. There's no reason for us to be enemies, Sleeper. Come see me. I keep an office nearby. We have good work to do, you and I. Meet me there in a few cycles. She slips out silently into the corridor. You look around the apartment and feel the fear drain out of your body to reveal the tiredness beneath. Yay! Free medicine! Woo! This is amazing. I should have done this earlier. Yippee! Rabbi's office. 2 cycles until it does something. Alright. So first thing I'm doing is I'm selling the data here. For some cryo. Yeah, second dispensary is 80 now. Yippee! Living is cheaper. Yay! Cost of living expenses. Who? I could try to play the market actually in order to exchange to get some cryo. Woo! 120. 30 to go until I can finally cross over there. Yays. Honestly, I'm willing to bet 3 cryo on this. Come on, 50-50 chance. Yippee! Get some low-ender progress, because why not? Can't do anything else useful with that. I am in fact starving, but that is fine. Because I can get out of starving almost for free. And if it rolls well enough, I even get stuff for it. It did not roll well enough, though. Okay, let's check this first. Because now I have even more reason to do this. Yes. Double the data. Yay! 1-3. Doesn't help me much. 2-3. 2-3. Ah, this is fine. 122. Okay, not bad, not bad. I think I'm going to play the market a bit more to make up the money. $160, let's go. Founder's Gap. Fucking finally. Ta-da! I have access to the other area. As you step onto the passageway, someone barrels into you from behind, sending you stumbling down the corridor. You turn to see an unfamiliar spacer, laden with heavy gear. She steadies herself, staring you down as if daring you to respond. Excuse me? She squints at you, shaking her head before setting off down the corridor. I'm sorry for her. The second spacer smiles at you apologetically. She's on a mission, and when she's on a mission, they shrug. Peek. Not a problem. You're sweet. Peek. Ash stands... Ashy? I don't know. Eesh. Stands further down the corridor, glowering at her friend. She chops at the air, pointing down the corridor to whatever end she's rushing to. Peek raises their eyebrows at you. Ash, please. Do you want everyone at the station to hate us? Ash hardens. They want to hate us, they can hate us. She drops her head. I'm not exactly seeing much love as it is. We're lucky we got through before they set up the damn cordon. Cordon? Peek gestures in her direction. See, they don't even know what you're talking about. The station isn't Hawthorne. Not everyone has to follow some corporate protocol. Ash sighs. I'm not saying they are part of the administration. She jacks her hand in the direction. But I'm saying we need to get these supplies to the Briar before someone else starts question. Can I help? Peek smiles slyly. See, Ash? Help. Isn't that exactly what we need right now? Peek ignores her. We are with the refugees, the ones Haven Age have called off from entering the station. Ash interrupts. The ones that are being quarantined in makeshift vessels that barely make it to the Eye to begin with. The ones that your station administrators have called an existential risk and are running out of supplies while their right to safety is being debated by people with no stake in their future. She quickly looks away, annoyed at her own outburst. Peek sighs. She's right. People are trapped out there, and they turn to Ash. We understand that this is a big problem for the Eye, hundreds of refugees and more ships turning up each cycle. They hold up a hand to stop Ash interrupting. But Ash turns away, her burning anger palpable force in the close quarters of the corridor. They need supplies, and after everything they've been through, the quarantine isn't helping. It's terrible. Ash looks back at you, her fierceness fading. Peek, please. Ash gathers herself and the supplies. Ash, we need help, just like the refugees needed us. We need others too. They smile at her. Peek turns to you. Come find us, and the climbing briar stalked at the broken spoke past the greenway in the wastes. We have a good view of the cordon, though we are keeping our distance for now. Come help us. They squeeze your hand. Ash turns to leave and Peek follows, waving goodbye. A moment later, Ash shouts back down the corridor. Don't bother coming empty-handed. You want help? Show us. Bring supplies or don't come at all. And with that, they disappear around the corner. Ash already picking up speed as Peek calls for her to slow down. A refugee flotilla. Where are they coming from and why now? Each time you think to begin to understand this place, something changes. Musical. Poggers. Greenway! Yippee! Haifa Commune. The wastes. Oh, scrap. Climbing briar. You want mushrooms? Alright. Yes, I see you. What to do? I think using this here is probably the best action. Farm stacks. Alright, good to know. When you enter the service dock, Thong is already set up, crouched among stacks of equipment. He's leaning over a terminal bathed in blue glow. He looks totally at home. Sleeper, what do you think? Turns out not everyone in Haven Age is set against me. A couple of my old systems pals managed to ship me some old gear. He gestures at the pile of blinking hardware. Nice kit. Thong does a mock bow. A bow. What are we looking at? One massive smoking gun. He raises his eyebrows. Thong beckons you over. He has a set of scans of the wastes of his terminal, with heat maps of activity overlaid. A chunk of derelict rim is blotchy with bright red and orange marks. Does this look like a wasteland to you? Thong shakes his head. There's hundreds of convoy machines out there, all lined up in concealed hangars, and a whole underground facility to support them. Hardin's got a crew out there putting them together. They must have shipped them in piece by piece to the shipyard, ready for assembly out there. Machines. That's Convoy's whole thing. Remote-operated vehicles, drones, cutter, salvage haulers, the full set. Maybe Harden masked this whole thing as an effort to clean up the wastes, but there's no way this is about putting scrap off the eye. Fang looks worried. And why is Conway in the mix? I bet no one in Haven Age knows that another corporation is setting in the station. They aren't stupid either. These scans are the best info I can get. The wastes are cut off from the eye's cloud of networks, and the Greenway is a total dark zone. No data can clean it out. I can try. No use. You need to enter the cloud, and there's no cloud to speak of. He turns and winks. That's why I'm going to pay them a visit. How? You forget, Haven Age comes in and out of theirs. Actually, I want to know something. Hold on. 25 seconds. This is fun. I want to know if this conversation would be different if I did the hacking first. This interests me. Because they raise systems here. And I have the Greenway cipher. The Greenway rolls beneath you like a slit-soaked river. If what Navigator said was true, then no one has accessed these networks since the collapse. The Hunter and Killer protocols have never set foot here, never cleared out the intelligences and systems. So why then, you wonder, does it look so dark? Is it just that the bit rot has set in, the entropy of systems reducing everything to shadows and light? You watch as the slotted cipher fizzles in the open, distorted gateway on this entry rim of the station. It flickers and winks out, and then you're falling to the flow. A river of swirling darkness. You're spun by it, twisted by it, lost in it. It's not that Greenway was hiding the darkness. It is made of darkness. It is filled by this substance, this process, this swarm. Now you're among it. You notice the swarm is exactly what it is, a billion individuals moving in the flow. There's no network map here, no nodes, no threads, only a storm of interchangeable points shifting configuration endlessly. There's no just played twice. Then you see them, a figure turned away, the only bright spot in the dark river. You push closer through the storm. They are facing away, at least you think so. They are so fractured, so overgrown that it is hard to tell. Even from this distance you can see their flesh is moving, flowing. You watch, silent, as they stoop to reach down. In their hand is a dark shape, and with twisted fingers they press it down into the lobe of the data beneath them, pushing it through the trembling soil. Then they move away, go a little further, and repeat the process as if they were sowing a field. You push forward, but somehow, despite their flow and deliberate speed, they move faster, and they quickly fade into the storm. You reach the point where they planted the object and look down. There it is, glassy shifting polygon with something inside. Reach down and pick it up. It is cold, but it thrums with energy. You look toward the path of the figure, but they are long gone. When you blink out of the cloud, back to the leaves, and the dappled light of the Greenway, you hold a seed in your hand. Huh? A seed. You need to find somewhere to plant this gift. Interesting. Can I plant it here? No. I want to see if this is different now. Okay. You forget Havenage coming in and out of the old cycle. I should be able to get in. As long as no one I know sees me. He grimaces playfully. But I need you on the outside, to help disable security systems and cut me pathway through. There's no cloud access, but if I can get inside and open up nodes and then enter network, then we can work in tandem. It's a massive facility buried deep down there, miles of corridor and ventways wrapped all around cargo bays and hangars. So it'll take more than a few cycles to work through it, but as long as you can keep them off my back, I know I can rip what we need out of there. He pulls a handful of ripper worms from his pocket and hands them to you. These are the last of my little helpers I managed to salvage. So make them count. I modify them slightly, and this time they will feed their data threads back into the system that they are tunneling into, creating a nasty feedback loop. We run just like we did with the agents. Hack the nodes, I ping to locate the ports for the security system, then slot the worms in those systems and let them go to town. He points a fuzzy silhouette of the buried facility in the terminal. Here's the entryway. This is where you can get access and slot the first worm. It'll fry the perimeter systems and can be past the first cordon. What I need from you is to keep your eyes on the facility after you kick things off. You see me pop up a security system, a server bank, you need to break in and slot a ripper to disable this as soon as you can. If I can't? Fang gives you a hard look. You miss a system, you wait too long, they're gonna find me. Simple as that. He claps you on the shoulder. I need to focus on this one, so I'm going to let you fire the starting gun. I won't go until we slot that first worm. I'll leave a tracker running in the terminal here, so come back if you want to see my progress. He affectionately pats the top of the screen. Got it. Don't worry, you can run rings around the protocols. I've seen it. It's all in place. You just need to make your own preparations, then slot that worm. He stretches. Just don't wait too long. I'm getting bored of all this sneaking around. Once I'm inside, I'll get the proof we need to end this whole thing, no matter what. He crouches to check the terminal. We can't take longer than 6 cycles on this thing. Remember that. Oh, and one last thing. If I get caught or you can't reach me or we run out of time, there's one thing I need you to do. What? You take whatever I've managed to pull at that point, all the data, and you slot that stuff straight into the relay you've set up here. He points to a pad of servers and terminals hooked into the dock with cables as thick as your arm. I've repurposed the dock's SOS broadcast system to beam out what you put in it. Anyone with a terminal, a slate, or a server on the eye will see it. That means Haven Age, Yatagan, the hub, everyone. No matter what, Harden isn't sneaking away this time, he grins. I've got a bit more to do here, but the moment you slot that first worm, I'll make my move. He gives you a parting smile and turns back to the terminal. The nerves hit as you make your way out of the service dock. Time to prepare yourself. All right. Damn. Okay, I'm good on time for most of the things I care about. So... and... I need to get that fucking tracker off me. I'll worry about food later. Actually, hold on. You. As you approach the address Rabbi gave you, a heavy hand falls on your shoulder.
What's your business here?
Enforcer grips your shoulder, giving a hint of strength implants give her. Oh, that's the wrong voice. As you turn to see the same subsidiary eyes as Rabbi and Toshiro's, glinting like mirrors on their cheeks. Dear, please. The sleep is here by my invitation. At Rabbi's command, the hand immediately loosens. An apologetic look replaces the scowl on Gia's face. Of course, Rabbi, I'm sorry. Rabbi waves her away. Don't you worry. I appreciate your protective instincts. She smiles at the enforcer. How about you head into the timbre? They have a delivery coming and they'll need some help with the lifting. Gia nods and walks away. So, Sleeper, you came. I'm glad. It didn't feel like an offer. I'm sorry for that. She smiles a tight smile. You have to understand, finding you there in Sabine's unit, I wasn't sure where we stood. There are more than a few people on the station who would rather I was dead. Had to be sure you weren't one of them. Not yet. She laughs. I like your sense of humor, but let me ask you a serious question for a moment. Rabia begins walking gestures to you for walking with her. She takes you down to a staircase into the bustling walkways of Low End. What do you know about Yatagan? You are a gang. A gang, yes, that is what people call us, but what meaning does that word have in this place? People with carts push past, moving crates of supplies around the thin and winding passages. Our reputation is one that implies threat. Is that fair to say? We are framed as aggressors, parasites, criminals. She gestures around at the people in the passageway. But when was the last time you saw a lawmaker on the eye? A policeman? Who makes the laws here? No one. This is true. The eye is lawless. So it is up to us all to make it work for us. But I don't imagine you think that is a good thing. If you had to spend your time in the low end, maybe your opinion of us would be different. This is our place, our people. The low end was empty in Erlen's time. They didn't need to house thousands, and keeping the yards and rotunda safe was work enough. No, the low end was reclaimed later, when the refugees started arriving. Rebaya meets your eye. The collapse didn't just happen here on the station. When Solom collapsed, the entire system felt it. Colonies were abandoned, the moons of Amber and Cinder suddenly gained independence overnight. Some took advantage, some tried to hold it together, some fled. The Eye became a refuge, and Erlen, to his credit, extended an open hand to everyone. But many with his organization disagreed, and those new arrivals weren't as simple to corral as they hoped. Rebaya leads you through a small market hall, busy with small stores and traders. Erlen's union was made of workers, administrators, people who were malleable and already organized into hierarchies and networks. The refugees came from different factions and families, were scared, injured, desperate. Conflict was inevitable. Yatagan is a child of conflict, a child born out of the need of us to stand and claim our future, to provide security, strength. People call us a gang, but we are a community. I take my position as lieutenant seriously, and from my birth I've worked to earn it. Rebaya catches herself before she raises her voice any further. You both walk in silence for a while among the small smells and textures of the low end. You start to wonder if this place could be a home for you too. Where do I come into this? Rebaya smiles herself and thinks for a moment before she responds. I believe that you understand the importance of a refuge, so I believe that you wish to help keep this place safe. She exhales quickly. For this reason, I would like you to trust me. I do not know what Sabine told you about us, but I imagine it wasn't good. I will be honest with you, Sleeper. I was never comfortable with having Sabine as part of Yatagan. An ex-corporate employee, it goes against our nature. But the deal was with Yannick. I kept my distance, made sure Sabine had their surgery, kept it supplied, that was all. But I cannot allow people to go back on the promises they have made us. Yatagan has not lasted this long because it's a charity. We offer and ask for support. Any betrayal will be treated as an attack. Who is Yannick? Yannick is one of the heads of Yatagan. They guide us. He's the newest to be elected, and he's an elder. Sabine found something. Please, I don't want to hear the accusations. They only wanted to escape the dead. They would have said anything. But where are they now to stand behind their claims? I will find them. As will we. You realize that Rebaya has led you in a loop, and together you both come back up the staircase to the walkway where you met. You are free to go, Sleeper. I have said what I wish to say. She looks out through the windows of the walkway. I will protect this place with my life, and as it has protected me. I want to make that clear. She turns back. However, if you too wish to come under its protection, I can help you. Return here if you wish, and there will be tasks for you to complete. You'll be able to see Yatagan, to see the low end, with your own eyes. Not as others frame us. As for Sabine, she pauses to consider her words. I will not ask you to betray them, but if they contact you again, consider their motivations carefully. With that, Rebaya leaves, slipping back into their office. While you stare out at the countless units, each a home, each with a story that make up at the low end. More stuff. So much stuff to do. Double minus on condition. That's crazy. Where is that entrance to the other quest? There it is. Alright, we're trying this. As you slot the worm thread, a thread jumps out of the facility, then spools in front of you, releasing its data like ink in water. Sleeper, Fung's voice crackles through. Moving in. Nodes, then ports. Aware of interference. Slot the worms. Timer starts now. Stay safe. The threat dissipates. You're on your own now. Okay. Little choice. Consec S2. I could do that. I could also do this. So that is done. And that is done. And then we can slot the next worm. Yippee! Consec X3. See if I can do anything with a 5. Yes, I can. All right. There's one more progress bar. That was a very successful cycle, I would say. Let's make sure we're not starving anymore. Not here. I haven't had food here in a while. Why not? Ordering the fungus. Yeah, that is happening now. I'm going to sell my data. Oh, this is showing up tomorrow. Ah. You miss me? Ethan smiles a ragged smile at you. Walk away. Ethan follows along and you notice he's limping. Come on, Sleeper. Just a little joke. I know you have a sense of humor. You look at him. He's paler than usual, hunched. He's sporting a black eye and more than a few cycles of beard growth. There's no way to greet a friend. Get lost. Ethan's face drops, along with all the pretense of friendliness. I think you want to hear this, Sleeper, I think. He says, rapidly shaking his head. You really want to hear this. Hear what? Ethan perks up. This is big, really big stuff about you. He seems more jittery than usual, on edge. Remember how SNR cancelled the contract on you? The contract I was going to collect? I remember. Well, I'm guessing you were pretty happy about that shit. Overjoyed. Me? I lost everything, but let's not worry about that. He smiles sarcastically. And so what did you think it was, what did you think? That was it? I was just glad to be done with you. Oh, the feeling was mutual, except... Ethan leaves a dramatic pause. What if old SNR gave about to someone else? Someone who's even more of a shithead than he was truly? What a disaster that would be. Who? That's the question, isn't it? Ethan fishes around in his pocket for a slip of paper. I've been speaking to some friends, you see. Some colleagues. What went down? And it turns out SNR cancelled all their bounty contracts, the whole lot. It seems they've brought someone in-house. Some guy who did so well on the last contract that they got offered a job. He leans in. Apparently, he made a hit on the ship called the Winter Wonderland or something. It was smuggling sleepers out from under SNR's big corporate nose. He killed the crew and blew the ship. Ethan whistles. He called him Hemwick or Maywick or something. He gives up looking for the paper. He gives up looking for... Oh, forget. You mean Winter Light? That's it. So you do know about all this. He pats in the shoulder. Then you'll be very happy to hear what I'm about to offer you. Ethan runs his hands through his greasy hair. Given this new information I've brought to light, it seems you are in need of protection. No, I'm not paying you anything. No, wait for the pitch. I mean, well, I'm in need of assistance in kind. It turns out I upset some people at the compressor last time we were there. The owners. And they say they space me unless I work off the dead. Seems that they are that kind of businessmen. He grimaces. I would pay them, but... He shrugs and turns his jacket pockets inside out, a mime of poverty. It looks pitiful, even more so for his clownish acting. Then work it off. You should be glad. The anger rising in him now. I came in to told you all of this. You think anyone is looking out for you? You're a contract, a name on a list. He kicks the wall. Ethan rubs his temples. I'm sorry. I'm sorry for being a shit and trying to kill you and whacking that thick skull of yours. He sighs. You think I want to go up against this guy, but us? We'd have a choice. You keep me from getting killed and I do the same for you. We can help each other. A straight 50-50 deal. He looks at you. I'm not asking for a favor. I think about it. I'm in the compressor every cycle, working. Just think about Maywick. Think about that cold-eyed SNAP shit on his way here for a core system. That should give you the motivation you need. Can't wait to be working with you. Yay. Oh, that's bad. But that is not what I care for about right now. Ascend to hub. Let's hope I have enough dice to actually fucking do this. You want 6-5. I can just do this, because I have 2 5 dice. And you want 6-4. Yippee. Get fucking hacked, idiots. Whoop whoop. A threat from the facility cuts through the cloud like a hairline crack of light. That's it, the final layer of security broken. Somewhere buried in the depths of the station, Fong is in control. He's slicing the camera control circuits, piping out the result. The threat flickers and unravels into an image, a scene, 2 figures in a room, one set, the other pacing. The pacing figure resolves into Hardin. The unmistakable superior posture, the shock of grey hair. The second figure's features don't seem to resolve. They are vague, unformed. Problem with the data, perhaps. You look closer. Then you see it. The figure is a proxy. Perhaps you should have expected that from Conway. A corporation whose very existence is owed to automation. The proxy is a machine designed to be piloted by remote connection. Someone else ran the system as puppeteering it with their own body, speaking so it may speak. The proxy sees them passively, or the Conway executive that is piloting them does. From the distant safety of some ship or orbiter colony, perhaps. We can move forward, there's no doubt, Arden is saying. The reclamation teams are almost ready. And after that I will make the declaration. Nothing has to change. The proxy leans forward, its movement stilted, uneven, as if its body was being refracted through water. But things must change, Hardin. We need further assurances. I've been informed of a breach in one of the closed networks on the low end. You have been careless. Hardin waves the accusation away. You have been stretched. A breach was detected, yes, but no data of value was lost. Our board is concerned, Hardin. A drop in her value would be unwelcome at this time. The proxy leans back, its posture dominant. If the reclamation of AE1 is contested, then we could be drawn into a compromising legal position. Hardin approaches the proxy.
There will be no contest. Not from Solheim, who cannot muster defense, not from Havenite, who will fall to the lie below me.
He crouches in front of the seated figure, eye to eye.
And the people of the station, refugees, gangs, spaces, all either opportunists or degenerates. Havenite is no longer strong, no longer united. No one believes in Erlin's vision, nor has the strength to enact it. I sat across from him at the negotiating table. He was forceful, eager, weak by his ideological convictions perhaps, but a great man nonetheless. This place no longer deserves to bear his name. The eye is crippled, it cannot survive. It is a ruin filled with squatters and outlaws. They will be lucky if it spins in 100 cycles.
Hardin stands. You will move forward with the reclamation because otherwise you will lose your advantage in the system. Oh, that's still Hardin. Without the palladium victims, your victims will go dark. I do. One moment comes the response from the proxy, and its head drops to its chest. Hardin steps back and paces once more, awaiting the discussion taking place elsewhere in the system. You watch Hardin as he paces, as he considers his future. What's going on with a mind like that? In the mind of a man who would burn all those around him for a path to some imagined golden end? The proxy lifts its head. We are happy to proceed. We will legally claim the station formerly known as Solheim AE1 as the salvage within 6 cycles. Havenite is to assist with the transportation of the illegal residents to Conway housing and labor facilities. The proxy judders to its feet. Conway will also claim 70% of the raw output of the reclamation process, after losses have been accounted for. I accept. The proxy reaches out to shake his hand like a marionette, and then the recording loops. You watch it play out a second time, gripped by horrified fascination. There's bluntness to the conversation, to its blatant disregard for humans as anything other than objects. Things to be moved, to be used, to be fed into structures, crushed and losses accounted for in the cells of tables, the margins of ledgers. You realize now that you're no different than anyone else on the station in the eyes of the people in that room, and those like them. Each body here can be recast as a piece of property, a tool, an expense, an acceptable loss. In one moment they can be named a citizen, celebrated, protected, and in another the very idea of citizenship can be used against them. That is what it means to live in proximity to a system like this. No longer, not while the owl spins. You gather the recording, pack it into a polygon of purest light, then drift down into the service dock like a falling leaf and find the relay. It only takes a second to place that polygon of data and that recording into the relay system found prepared, and then you watch as it bursts out a web of threads, heading out to the black every network device on the eye. Let them see what power makes of a man. Yippee! That was cool. Yippee! It was also worth 1 upgrade point. Pog. The seed. Where can I plant the seed? Greenway, probably, right? Let's just go green. Mushroom. The aviary. Clear overgrowth. Sunlit refuge. Could be turned back into a garden of sorts. Ooh. I do want to forage for fungus. Let's hope it doesn't kill me. Ow. Dang it. Really? Good night. Bye-bye. Alright. 2 cycles. I do want to see the end of this. I'm locked in. Having a long stream today, it seems. Maywick. That's a long clock. Disable my tracker before they arrived. Don't mind if I do. Yippee! Okay. So I can keep looking for a place to plant the seed. Let's see if I can't get some food in me. Lovely. How nice. Alright. So farm stacks? No. The aviary. Maybe this is the place I need to find. I need to make the seed happen. Slotting these here, because why not? 2 points of progress on the Sunlit Refuge. This is fully safe too. So why not? Make some progress here. Delicious. Delicious money. So much I want to do here, just story-wise, but you know. Disable my tracker is definitely a big goal. Let's see. Green sees the bay door slide open. Above the rest of the building, people are busy, frightened. They speak in hushed tones and organize endless meetings after endless meeting. Haven Age have avoided a full-blown crisis for now, but change is coming. Thong is in good spirits and bundles you inside before you even have the chance to greet him. That was the slickest operation the station has seen, he hugs you firmly. You made my job easy. He shakes you by the shoulders. I'm so proud. And I got to watch through the cameras of the Haven Age security that weren't in on the assault of the station. Fung smiled. One of them straight up just whacked Hardin with a pistol. It was beautiful. What are you going to do with him? I'm not sure anyone knows, but he's cooperating in dismantling his operation and scaring off Conway. Maybe they'll exile him when they are done, or hand him over to some core authority. Fung shrugs. Now I know he won't be an issue, but I'm going to be focusing on systems for a bit. He shakes his head. Seeing as that's my actual job. He points to the ceiling. The people upstairs weren't so happy, though. They've been fielding questions about the stage of the eye right and left, and since the recordings got out. People are scared. I'm not surprised. Yeah, this whole thing hasn't won many fans in the administration. But I think in the end they'll agree that outing Hardin was worth it, whatever the methods. He touches a stack of hardware. The eye is old and it was never meant to run like this. The master control points that Erlin and Haven Age installed, they keep it spinning from the rim. That isn't ideal. But if you're asking me if the eye will stop spinning next cycle, no. He smiles. And me and a ton of other skilled people will be working to stop it happening in the cycle after that. Hardin's problem was that he didn't believe the people. He believed in systems, and their ability to shape the world around them. Fung squeezes your shoulder. But as far as I'm concerned, people should be the ones running the systems, not the other way around. Anyway, Fung reps on the side of his terminal. I know you didn't come down here for a lecture. My tracker! I haven't forgotten! He reduces a thumbnail drive. I managed to finish that code solution I showed you. It's a modified Ripper worm, one made to deactivate that tracker of yours. But in the time since I got back, I added something extra. The tracker of yours doesn't just show as and out where you are, it transmits data about the state of your body, your current condition. Well, when Munt is deactivated, it'll edit the data to tell SNR your body is irreparably damaged. DNR, do not retrieve. He grins widely. Pretty smart, right? That's perfect. Thank you. Just slot it already. You take the drive and hold it in your hand. Then you close your eyes and open up your access ports. Take down your defenses. The worm immediately enters your closed network. It whips through it, taking things with it as it goes. The moment they are gone, you forgot they were ever there. They just blink out of existence. A second later, it is done. You open your eyes. How do you feel? Asks Fang a little nervously. Free. Fang smiles widely. Well, you are free, sleeper. He claps you on the shoulder. Fang lets the word free hang in the air a little before he continues. Seems like it might be finally time for a celebration. Fang wraps his arm around you. Jenna still owes us those drinks. He laughs as you join him. And later when you leave, you feel deeply thankful for having such a friend. As you walk away from the building, you look up the wide curve of the eye, up at the hub and the other rim beyond it. The whole thing twinkles with lights, and it seems impossible to see it as anything other than breathtakingly beautiful. It feels in that moment like something eternal. That doesn't mean it can, or even should, last forever, or that it will never change, fade, or decay. It simply means that in this moment, this place has a future, and it is one that you know deeply and truly is worth protecting. Yippee! That's a good perk. We're taking that one. And now we are free. I don't need you, Ethan. You can fuck off. Germinate spores. Okay, that also doesn't work apparently. Collect spores, why not? Yay! Ta-da! Where can I plant that thing? Come. 2 cycles until this happens. Alright. Well, let's see. Huh? Why can't I end? Hello? Why is that button blocked? Oh, Ethan. The compressor is almost empty when you enter a couple of scattered patrons in the booth and a lone bartender. The bartender recognizes you immediately when you arrive and nods, and you turn to the greeting. You know already that you won't find Ethan here, but you had to be sure. With the tracker reporting you dead, he wouldn't have stuck around. You look at his empty stool, and you smile. You can imagine him on it when his Slate chirps, letting him know that the target he was tracking is dead. You can imagine him the screaming and the swearing too. It is all that you were to Ethan. Another target, or was there something else going on? It seems like a foolish question to ask now, when he was fled the station. But it bothers you anyway. You take one last look and walk out. You doubt he will ever come back to this place or the memories it holds. When you walk out, the bright lights of the bright market, and allow yourself a smile. So this is what Fung meant when he said you were free. You could get used to this. Yippee! Eep. I'm still dying is the problem. We kind of need to fix the dying next. What to do with this seed? That's the question. If... That's more than I needed, but fine. Alright. Now what? This will just grow fungus now? Apparently. What to do? What to do? Could salvage. I could do this. Grow beds. In progress here. Yeah. New drive discovered. Just having so much fun in this game. I love this storyline. It's good. All right. Kind of nothing happening for a bit, which is nice. Hello. 32. Perfect. Now I can get my friend a core. You drop the shipmind core onto the gallery table with an empathic bang. Akita spins around from where she's been poring over some documents on her slate. Holy shit, Sleeper! Did you actually land a shipmind? She rushes over and hefts the huge cylinder, turning it back and forth. Oh shit, might actually work. She smiles wider than you've ever seen. Where did you get that? I built it. Built it? Well, you're full of surprises. Ankita bangs on the galley wall. Hear that, Amber? The Sleeper's got your new shipmind. The sound echoes down the ship's passages. You have to admit, being a small space with Ankita when she's this excited is a little intimidating. Ankita puts the shipmind back on the table. I'll start the process of fitting it as soon as I can. I might need your help with some of it. She heads back toward the counter to grab her slate. This isn't the only good news today either. Look! It looks like my good karma finally coming in. She throws the slate onto the table and spins it seconds. Take a look at this. You see a list of names and numbers, nothing that exciting. Along with what looks like a timetable. I found them! The thieves? Exactly. Well, the thief singular. She points at the name of the list. Or more specifically, Ashton Cade. Was his past that was used to access Amber and slice the shipmind. I thought he might have been killed or robbed, his past stolen, but it turns out he crossed the Founder's Gap of the very next cycle. How do you know? I know some of the crew over at the ferry. Old Mercs used to run in an outfit I worked with. I saw them in the Overlook, and they mentioned they saw Ashton crossing. I checked the manifest, and there he was. Looks suspicious he hasn't said a word since the theft, and anyone wanting to hide out might head to Greenway and go to the ground. She flexes. He won't get far, though. There's no real docks out there, only a couple of jetties in the wastes. Getting off him? Not yet. First I want to fit the ship mind. But maybe you could help me out. Sure, how? It's like this. I'll head over there, especially in Amber. You spot me a mile off and go underground. You found a way to slip the station or he'll bury himself so deep in the wastes no one will ever find him. But you, Ashton doesn't know you. All I need for you is to go there, sniff around. Not the commune, not the stacks you will have gone to the address. The margins, the wild places. That's what Ashton likes. You see him, you locate him. Ping me on this. Chance will come earpiece. Seeing as this merc work, I'll be happy to give you a merc pay. She sifts in her seed. The thing is, I haven't got much left. So how about I tell the boys who run the ferry bay to give you a discount? I know it's not much, but once I grab this cow, it'll pay up. 200 cryo, nothing less. No, not sure. I'm not asking for charity. This is a contract, take it or leave it. I'm going to get this fitted to Amper score. And once again, Sleeper, thank you, I appreciate it. Yippee. Ankita stomps off into the guts of Amber with her ship mind, leaving you in the galley. You glanced around, a certain nervous energy descending at what is to come. You never thought you'd get to work as a mercenary, but then again, it seems the eye is full of surprises. 1 point. Grow mushrooms is a very funny quest. I want to finish my low ender. Direct unit. 1 fucking scrap pile, okay. Build a home. Castor. Okay. I'm trying to find out where I even have nodes left to discover. Like here, farm stacks, there's just nothing positive to do. Wild margins. Ah, this is the Ashton tracking. Got it. And the wastes. And all the way over here is the climbing briar. Like I could explore here more. Because grow beds sounds like maybe. Yeah. I am starving though, which is not great. No, I'm too poor. No. Hello. You cross between 2 walls of units, one of the cavernous streets at the center of Lowend. The pressurized bridge is full of the clack of Tavla. The shouts of children, the whir of air filters. Sleeper! You turn to see a man sitting at a Tavla table alone. Someone untouched by the hustle and bustle of the people around. He gestures to the stool, opposite side of the table. Sit. You sit at the metal stool, and he starts setting up the board with counters, or at least the filter caps Lowend is typically used in the place. Castor, he says by way of introduction over his glasses. Night or day? He asks, gesturing to the caps, crudely sprayed white and black. Night. He nods. The black counters are already on your side. Let's begin. You take a plastic die, each pitted and worn, and roll to determine who starts. Custer rolls a 6. You're a 4. I lead. He smiles and begins to move his first cap precisely along the board. It's unusual to see a sleeper on the eye. That's why I wanted to play you. Okay. 5 and a 6. I don't know what this means, but I will play carefully. After all, a sleeper's mind must be somewhat different to a human one. Being emulated, I mean. As Castor talks, you build up a wall of caps, stacking them safely across the board. Progress is slow, but you remain unexposed. Oh, I don't mean to offend you. Castor meets your eye. I merely see that you are by definition different. What has been subtracted in the emulation? What has been added? He slides a single cap on the open point, a risk and an opportunity. He hands you the dice. Do you ever think about the sleeper? About what you were before you were what you are now? Always. You roll a double 1 and solidify your wall. Castor whistles. The holding game, commendable. It can be brave to build from what came before. He rolls the dice and leaps your wall in a single move. But we cannot idle too long, sleeper. The slower we move, the sooner we accord. The past you is just an idea, a concept for you. It's a living, breathing person. He looks over his glasses, his eyes bright and wide. You split from them like a shadow splitting from its caster. They may be sleeping now, yes, but one day they will awake and carry on with their lives unaware of your fate, no matter what they may be. What it may be. He hands you the dice, smiling. You're a branch severed from the main trunk, an offshoot who refuses to die, so to speak. Roll again, under pressure now, trying to slip the caps out from under Castor's before he solidifies control of the game. So what I'm curious about is how you see yourself in all of this, Castor. Castor asks, what does this tangle of truths make you? Free. Yes. Castor looks away through the glass to see the crowded units on all sides. I can see that. Your life as an escapee was never meant to happen. Yet here we are. He starts removing caps, his home board now full. Your life is an offshoot. It can go anywhere from here. You try to fewer rolls, attempting to get back in the game. But Castor clears his home board with a sense of the inevitable. He's known he was winning for a while. I feel I maybe have pushed too far. He slides another cap from the board. I apologize. My curiosity has a habit of getting the better of me. You roll to return a cap to the board, but all the spaces are blocked. Castor claps his hands apologetically. You play well, really. Your weakness is not your game. He smiles warmly. We have much to learn from each other. If we could share knowledge, ideas, perhaps even data. His eyes gleamed with that last word. To mutual benefit. He slides his final cap from the board. It is over. He has won. I'll see. Please, I don't want to make you uncomfortable. He holsters his palms. My intention is only to help you endure here. And if I'm able, feed my curiosities. The game over, you notice the bustle of the walkway once more, the call of children, the deliveries, the arguments and reconciliations. They wash over you as you stand to leave. Castor nodding goodbye as you do. Crossing the walkway, you replay the moves of the game in your mind, looking for an opening you are sure was there. Oh. 5. Alright. Rations. I'm like 1 short of being able to buy rations at least. That's uncool. Can't have a bad cycle. Oh, never mind. I'm good. We are for sure using this right now. And ending the cycle. I need to find out where that seed goes. Also kinda need to sleep. Kimming. Or we are doing canteen work. Because I think that gave energy. Yes, it did. And now this one, because it doesn't matter. Yay! Ah. Oh, free home. Yippee! Where to put the seed? I'm gonna find that out next time. Thank you everyone for watching. I hope you had a good time. I will be back next week with more Snimk. And yeah. Wish you good night and bye-bye.